GP here, maybe.
Maybe.
Now maybe? Hey there, rulers. Welcome back to day 2 of the GP here at World in Osaka, Hotel Fukurase in Osaka. The World Grand Prix, day 2, Top Cut, featuring myself, Diemo73, and Lance Maverick. How's it going, Lance?
I'm tired. I had to catch the last train home, so I had to run to the station. It was all right, but we're here.
We're here. We're here with a very cool top 8 that we're looking for.
The vibe out here is very nice. Everyone's very excited for ABC and top 8.
Yeah, it's honestly a pretty, like, looking back at it, it's a pretty diverse top 8. It's a little bit kind of like what we called. It's a little bit more. I think I probably would have, only thing difference would have been like 3 Killua, 1 Falchion. I wasn't expecting 4 Killua, but I will say the lists are so different among the 4 Killuas. And Alejandro in first place really doesn't even need the Killua, so it's just kind of like a good deck. That
I think another thing that came out of this was that the Killuas kind of ate the Falchions.
Yeah, for certainly.
So that doesn't. After seeing everything go off yesterday, I don't think it's that surprising that there's 4.
Yeah, for sure. But I also think it's a really diverse tournament ruler. It's a really diverse ruler environment. It's a really diverse deck style environment. It's a really diverse nationality environment.
Asuka did not show up.
Asuka did not perform well. She only had 1 of her top 8. Second most represented, only 1 converted. Yep. So
no conversions for Falchion.
2 players from Spain. 1 player from Hong Kong, 2 players from Singapore, 1 player from Germany who actually got us invited to the US, so he's part of Team USA. Honorary Team USA. 1 player from Team USA and actual 1 player from Austria. And then we have 1 Aristella 1.0, 2 Ainz, 1 Asuka, and 4 different Killua variants.
Yeah,
Control. We have Control,
are very different.
Control, Aggro, Combo, and I would argue that Ainz is like a mid-range deck as currently built. So like, pretty happy with that as a world environment. Again, we wanted ruler diversity, nationality diversity, and deck style diversity, and we have it for sure.
Absolutely.
It's been really, really cool to see.
Everything came directly, like, feels very much like we're connecting the world.
Yeah, absolutely. It's very, very fun, and people are having a great time. They're getting started playing ABC stuff today. We're about to get started with Paul Martinson, 8 seed versus Alejandro, and the first live deck, first seed. I heard a lot of discussion this morning from everyone that said like the one to watch was this one because it's kind of like
everyone knows about the first lie now.
Yeah, everyone knows about the first lie, and it's this idea of current kind of consensus is that Paul probably has the best chance against the first lie deck, and so everyone was like, Paul, you got to beat him because Alejandro the deck is very well tuned for this environment in general,
right?
And so he's kind of the favorite to win today, which is, I mean, he took second place last time. He's a phenomenal deck builder and player, and what a meta call on that first lie line. So we'll have to see if it plays out.
Turns out punishing everyone drawing cards, good call.
Turns out, it turns out good. So we'll see if Paul Martinson can kind of close it out here in this, and then we also have, I think it's Ainz versus Killua, and then we have Killua. So it's 2 Eins v Killuas.
No Killua mirrors.
Because it might be a Killua. There might be 1 Killua mirror.
I don't believe there is. I think
it's either Eins Killua and Eins Asuka, or Eins Killua, Asuka Killua.
I think when we looked at it, there was no Killua.
No Killua mirrors, at least in top 8.
In top 8, yes.
So it's very possible.
There may be in top 4.
In top 4, we might have them. So, JPK, the double agent American. Yeah, we'll see. So it's going to be a cool day today. We're getting started here. We can go ahead and probably push over the table as the players get set up for their time. Again, keep in mind, it is end of match procedures with sudden death. So it's 50 minutes on the round. And then you have 3 additional turns or 10 minutes, whichever comes first. And it is sudden death if it's in game 1 or game 3. Obviously, if it's in game 2, then it doesn't matter. But then finals will be 90 minutes as well. So 50, 50, 90. And let's see how the day goes. So, Rio, if you're ready, you can go ahead and push us to the table, and we'll get started with the match. I'm excited about this.
Well, yes, I'm very excited. This is going to be a very intense top 8.
Building that Aristella list, brick by brick.
Would you like to tell your story about the Worlds chat?
Oh, yeah, for sure. I did go around to every single person, and the fact that Paul Martinson was the only U.S. player to top 8 with Aristella 1, and the fact that when the ban list dropped and Aristella got nerfed, everyone's like, oh, Aristella's dead. And I specifically said in the chat, I think there's still something with Aristella 1 and we should be looking at it. And everyone called me crazy.
I mean, turns out Birth of the Twin Princes and Dexia's Advice, still really good cards.
Yeah, turns out still good. You just think it's fine.
You just have to play smarter.
Yeah, exactly. So we're waiting on our... Can we talk about how awesome like the stream rig has been today?
Yeah, it's been super smooth.
Super nice. I walked in here being like, man, the matches are still preparing. Rio's letting us know.
So the first lie combo, quote unquote combo, the way it works is that it's Roamer
of the Crimson Moon.
Yeah, Roamer of the Crimson Moon has a inheritance ability, because we have those now again.
Yes, for sure.
So it has an inheritance ability, which is black. Discard this card. You, the player, gain. Whenever your opponent draws a card, they lose 400 life.
So then the idea with first lie is both players secretly write down a number. Whoever writes down the higher number pays that much life and then draws 3 cards. But if 2 players would tie for the highest number, they both draw 3 cards.
Yeah.
So as the first lie player casting it, you just call 0. So you'll always
name
lose.
A negative.
You'll always lose or tie, which means your opponent will always be drawing 3 cards. And then with every roamer, that's 400 damage per 400 life loss per card they draw.
Multiplicative of 1,200 damage.
Yeah, and if you have 2 first roamer or 3 first roamer, then each of those cards is 800 or 1,200
And first lie
damage.
and roamer are both at quick cast speed.
So you can also do it before your opponent's draw phase for the turn, so that the second they draw for turn, they also just die.
They also take a buttload of damage.
Triple roamer plus first lie is just guaranteed lethal if the first lie is not stopped. Because it's 1,200 damage per card, they draw 3, and then draw for turn, it's over 4,000 life loss, which is crazy. Very cool interaction. And then Paul playing the Olympians package using Dexia's Advice primarily to cast
Invitation to Valhalla
to accelerate that Union 7. And he does have flashing smiles on the board.
Really? We just never saw them.
We just never saw them.
Hey,
so
better luck to him today to find those, because, man, that would have given him so many outs yesterday.
Yes, for sure. Yeah, I can change this to be... I'll just go ahead and bring up first lie here on screen so that you can see it.
You're pulling up the card.
Yeah, it's all good. We're getting stuff ready. Okay, great. We're ready to go. We got card images working. We got life totals working. We're good to go.
All right, seems good. Yes.
We might see, so here, maybe not. Well, he is playing Light Child and he's playing Wind Child, so he's pretty well suited to be able to answer the Dexia's Advice early on, like the free spell off the Dexia's Advice, or just, he can answer essentially 2 Dexia Advice just with Moon Children. You Light Child the first one, you Wind Child the spell from the second one. So that is certainly something for him to have an edge on here. So it's probably like, is Paul going to get a read on that and just be like, well, we're just not going to go for Dexias right now, or just be very comfortable unless we're just very comfortable not awakening the Dexia's Advice. Like, I just want to play 3.
Which it doesn't feel terrible.
Yeah.
If you're able to successfully resolve an unawakened Dexia's Advice, that's still massive value.
So here's a consideration for me. I think the first Dexia's Advice legitimately becomes unawakened so that we leave up Will.
Yes.
We can go in early, so we can leave up the Aristella for Birth of the Twin Princes to protect Rumsfeld.
Yes.
So then, like, you just have Rumsfeld, which then immediately turns off the green and the white for the next Dexia's Advice.
bait out some of the interaction with Rumsfeld.
Yeah, because I think Rumsfeld in this matchup, Rumsfeld plus Ray Asnable, I think would be pretty good against Alejandro's build.
Pretty good.
The first lie would be the biggest part there. We don't see anything come down to try to stop the Eternal trigger. This does mean that Paul will be going into 3 will on his next turn.
Yep.
And we're just gonna slam this Diva, which makes a lot of sense for me too. This means next turn we'll be going into 4 will if this survives.
Pretty huge. Has Moonlight out, or Moonshade out, so you can actually
protect.
That leaves up all of your interaction.
Yeah, absolutely. Didn't see a chance off the top, but I think he's just fine with that.
Yeah.
Now he does have the advantage here of the fact that the Aristella doesn't have to deal with like any of the super rushdown stuff that Killua is doing. Like we know going into
this
it,
this is a little bit more reserved.
We
Killua.
know what type of Killua we're playing out the gate, which I think is the name of the game from yesterday. Is like, okay, what Killua am I playing against? Whereas we know the Killuas as of this point, so that's I think to Paul's advantage more than it is to Alejandro's. I see a roamer already.
Yep.
Gotta watch out for that. We're just building the pieces. And the other thing is that roamer is life loss, not damage.
Yes.
So that's an important part. So getting out like mech is not gonna help us here. 3 beast warriors coining out for it.
I don't know if I agree with that.
There's no interaction for it, so I don't hate the idea of like keeping Paul off will. However, this does again set up for Paul still being able to do a Dexia's advice pretty free next turn, and just going into Rumsfeld plus Aphrodite, gaining a bunch of life, and then starting to already set up his little security blanket.
Yep, has the Twin Prince in hand. Go ahead and gets it before the start of the turn.
Yeah, at the end, this will probably be end of Alejandro's turn to just kind of foresee and set up what my next 2 draws are going to be. If there's a Dexia's advice, I think this is kind of the turn you cast it. Like
absolutely.
You just like make it happen.
Yeah.
You stick Rumsfeld, you stick Aphrodite, you've got Birth of the Twin Princes available, immediately goes on live. The Aphrodite is also huge in this matchup because of the extra life gain against the roamer combo. So I could see Dexia's advice being absolutely slammed here, and there's really nothing in Alejandro's build because we're not seeing him playing any of the Brad stuff. He has no way right now because of tapping out to answer the Dexia's advice.
Yeah, as long as it's unawakened.
Yeah, and even if the unawakened is just like we just stopped the second spell, it's fine. Second
Which
Moonshade.
I mean, if you don't need the Aristella for a Twin Prince, that doesn't feel terrible. Also, to kind of just go ahead and I'm comfortable here. Let's go ahead and force the Wind Child.
Paul does have Dexia's advice in hand. Gonna see if he can get in some free damage. Does force the block, banishes it for the will in response. Gonna filter for blue, and we're gonna awaken the Dexia's advice.
So I think this is a smart play because it's, hey, do you want to
go ahead and Light Child? I don't hate that at all.
Yep.
Yeah, you're right. Because even if he does kill the Rumsfeld later, now the White Child's gone anyway.
Exactly.
We really didn't care. We were just trying to get out. I think it's exactly Rumsfeld Aphrodite is the grab. Because this now turns out Wind Child. It turns out the draw power from Killua, which honestly is the really only reason that Alejandro is playing the Killua.
Yeah,
like
Killua
we have not seen him burn
really
the ice
matter,
counters at all. So it's got to be, I would imagine it's either, my 2 lines here would be Rumsfeld Aphrodite or Rumsfeld Artemis. And the reason why for Artemis is to recover 2 stones and have interaction going into Alejandro's turn. We burned the Dexia's advice anyway, or the Light Moon Child anyway. So now let's get some will to be able to play during his turn. And there it is. Yep.
Perfect call.
And now we have the light. We can have the light will to be able to protect the Rumsfeld.
Yep. And so this is now Rumsfeld is protected forever now.
Yeah, absolutely. As in this matchup. So this was This is also the second of the 2 calls that I
really expert piloting here.
Yeah, so the nice thing is now that we have the Rumsfeld too, we are also out of position where the next Dexia's advice, we awaken it, and then we get the Aphrodite, and then we just like really just start to spiral from there. But we do have to watch out for the life loss from first lie. We also have to be really careful in Paul's deck about how much card draw we have, which is honestly, Aristella of any of the decks in this format he can draw a lot, but he's also just fine just being like, it's okay. Yeah, like he doesn't have a lot of. I found this very often in when I was playing Aristella. You just get to 7 cards, and then you're like, well, I have all these cards to draw, but I don't really
I don't need it right now.
So
like Twin Princess becomes a very a good combat trick and everything. It's like I don't have to scry. I don't have to draw this card.
+4/+4 Interior.
+8 to board is to plus an additional 8 power to your board is massive.
Yeah, for sure. This is a pretty good beginning opening here. I think there's a world where you
just block with the Artemis.
Yeah, the Artemis has done his job at this point. Just chump the damage, and if he goes in to try to do something, then we can go ahead and do Rumsfeld. Yep,
it's like we're linked in.
I'm in the zone. Listen, I've been playing Aristella. Aristella 1 and Ainz have been like my pet decks for the longest time. I'm in this world. Gonna move to recovery.
I think Paul's also in a spot now where he doesn't proactively activate the Rumsfeld.
Correct. Yeah. This is not a matchup where you need.
It's not like the last time we saw him on stream where he had to do it proactively every single turn.
The other problem here is that because it's the Moon Shades and you're playing against a burn deck, like
which does feel rough.
Yeah, we need to see a white stone here because our Moonchild only filters us for green. Also, first off, doesn't filter at all now because we're under Rumsfeld. But secondly, would only filter us for green or for blue.
Yep.
Which doesn't help. So Alejandro asking kind of what life totals are. We do see Sword in hand. I mean, like, Sword's pretty dang good in this matchup, except for that Divine Lightning can stop us from contracting.
Right.
So, like, that's a thing to think about. But even the ability to recharge Godsards or give another way to give our whole board Eternal, like, we really need to be trying to find the Afro, I think.
So it looks like we're trying to do stuff before recovery.
Yeah. Seeing if we can get to a protected board state to be able to play through. Let's look at Rumsfeld. I wanted to do 3 Beast Warriors is an 8/8, right? Okay, 3 Beast Warriors is it's a 9/9, so Rumsfeld can't kill it.
Oh, it flips the Moon Shade.
That's
rough.
Very rough for Paul. I mean, it's not too bad if we can. We do see Dex's advice in hand. It's not comfortable to play it right now. We don't have an excess of will. We are walking into although Alejandro, I don't think was playing a lot of cancels.
We didn't see them last time. He's playing a lot of the common ones. Like,
so it feels like an Awakened Dexia's advice might actually be pretty good here because we could get to Union 6. 4 remove no, you could get to Union 7. We could literally go to Union 7 this turn.
You could get to Union 7, but that feels like a very, very risky push.
If I didn't know deck lists, it would be. If I do, because I know deck lists, I don't think Alejandro's playing cancels, so I think this is just good. So if Alejandro nods, then we're in good. See, none of those are going to stop anything.
The board has Eternal and Barrier.
He does have First Lie. The board has Eternal and Barrier. This is Awakened. We get to Union 7, and it becomes Aphrodite plus, I imagine, Hestia? Yeah, I think so. I think you would grab Hestia, because then your whole board has Swiftness. I don't think that really does anything. But you could also... Oh, no, actually, that'd be really good, because the Hestia could burn the... Beast Warrior for 5 and then swing in and kill it.
5. Yep.
So like then we're actually in a pretty good board state there. This is a tap out on the Rumsfeld, which feels rough, but also we'll have Aphrodite. Also thinking about recovering stones. Don't hate that line either. Is a way to accelerate.
Yeah, so just get the Attendant and then Invitation.
It'd be Attendant Hestia Invitation, I feel like.
Is Attendant... yeah, Attendant's a 2-drop. Yeah.
Oh, and Poseidon and Invitation. Okay.
Trying to...
Well, this also gets us to Union 7 eventually as well, because it's a 1-drop. The problem is
what is the target for Poseidon?
It's the
Attendant.
Attendant.
Yeah.
Because the Attendant's going to recover you 2 stones. And so then Paul can actually then recover to 3 stones. He can like use the 2 stones to then play 3 stones.
Paul should also be at 32.
Yeah, Paul should be at 32 life because he can't filter.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Attendant's gonna... This is like... The idea that we're not getting to Union 7 this turn is a joke. Like, 100% we are there. Yeah, the Attendant is good. I imagine the Attendant is gonna bounce. The only problem is that we're not at Union 7 before the...
Yeah, so the Poseidon train doesn't quite happen.
Yeah, but he could always... Paul could always recover the stones with the Attendant, bounce the Poseidon back to its turn intentionally, and then just replay the Attendant or the Poseidon. Yeah. But yeah, I can ask him.
Yeah, the Invitation to Valhalla here is like what makes the deck go. Yeah, so it looks like Poseidon's targeting the Attendant.
Is it targeting the Attendant?
Yeah.
We are going to make a bunch of will. Is Alejandro truly just saying... Is Paul trying to say, I'm trying to kill you this turn?
There's a world,
it's gonna come back to your hand. You're gonna recover 3 stones. You're at Union 7.
Yeah.
You can then...
You're going to draw a bunch of cards.
You're going to play 2. No, we're pouncing the attendant back to our hand. So then we have 3 will. We use 2 of it to play...
I guess it depends on what's in hand.
We use 2 of the 3 recovered stones to play attendant.
Yeah.
Get to remove more. Go up to 4 will available. And our full grip of cards in hand.
Yeah.
If there's an Athena, then
Imagine, Jeremy, if there's another Dexia's Advice in hand.
I honestly think there is. It wouldn't be awakened, but it would be so gross.
You don't need it.
Look at that. And we had so many Olympians off of that.
Did you pull Invitation to Valhalla again?
We got those are our attendant. Now Invitation to Valhalla is resolving. That was just the attendant, and the Poseidon did target itself. Ooh. Paul is trying to murder him this turn.
Yep.
Paul is saying, I have the Rumsfeld, I have the Eternal State, you are not of light, you have no Light Child. Before you can stop me from drawing a bunch of cards, I'm just going to kill you. You don't even have
Green Child.
Yeah, you don't have anything. I'm going to try to kill you this turn.
Which knows he doesn't have interaction.
Yeah, because of the matchup.
Yep.
You give Paul Martinson his opponent's deck list, and he will find out.
Oh, yeah.
What a clutch play if he's playing Raise and Revive, too. I know he is playing it. It's just like, do you have it in hand?
Yeah.
And I don't see it as he's scrolling through the deck, so I'm also like, damn, Raise and Revive. Oh, there's one.
Yeah,
there's one.
That was the promo, yeah.
I know he's playing, I believe he's playing 2. He might only be playing 1. If there's a second Dexia's Advice in hand, that is just gross, though. Because the second one can't awaken for...
I think Paul's trying to fit getting through the deck here to being like, what can I do to kill here?
Yeah, what 4 cards am I going to use? Needs to be at Union 7. He certainly is there now. Hera also feels pretty decent, although Alejandro's pretty comfortable with only playing 1 card per turn. But Paul's literally going to be able to draw his whole deck.
Yes.
At this point in time. And can end it with 3 will.
So we haven't really seen the full flash of the hand yet, so we're not exactly sure what's in
I know
Paul's
there's
hand.
sword in hand.
Yeah.
But that doesn't really help us here, because we definitely can't contract. Alejandro's hand seemed like Killua.
I saw tears.
He left the fact that he didn't Killua the recovery 3 stones is a little interesting. Playing Poseidon.
Maybe this is where the Killua comes down.
Just to stop the loop. I think Paul has an attendant in hand though. And if he does, like, that's kind of gross.
Attendant?
Like, to be able to then recover 3 stones and keep going.
Oh, you think he has another attendant in hand?
I do think he has a second attendant in hand. And if he does, like, whew, we're off to the races.
The unfortunate part would be that Poseidon's kind of on board.
The other problem is Roamer.
Yeah, if a Roamer does come down here, Paul has to have lethal in hand, which I'm sure he understands that.
There's the Roamer. Yep. Yeah. Unless there's a Lorite to stop the Roamer, which he has double Lorite in hand. So, like, that's a read. And getting the Roamer out of the hand is kind of insane.
There's the Lorite.
There's the Lorite. There's the Killua. Wait. Second Lorite to stop the Roamer again.
Say Killua's fine.
Oh, that's lethal. That's literally lethal.
Yep.
Like, Alejandro just... Because now we get to draw the whole deck. Which means we'll get another attendant. Which means we'll recover 3 stones.
Yep.
Which means we can then replay the, like...
Oh, yeah, no. Paul just picks up his deck and goes, here's how I kill you. Like, opponent is tapped out. No God's Arts available. This is it. Like, game 1.
And saves himself from the Roamer play. What a...
It's very interesting here that Alejandro hasn't scooped.
That is interesting to me.
Because Paul can take his time with this. And
I mean, it's not going to be the clock. We have the attendant, so the attendant's certainly going to be cheated in. Let's look at Poseidon, because he can put any resonator, right?
I feel like any save time is important in these matchups.
Oh, no, he can only put a new 12 Olympian into hand, but then he puts in Athenia, and she then Union 7s and burns him to death.
There it is, yep. So explain the loop.
Yeah. Have every single card cheat in the Athenia.
Yep.
Athenia on enter will burn him for 16. Paul will gain 6. Then we'll swing for 9, but burn him for 19, and then hit him for another 19, and he's dead. So just like that, Paul Martinson playing to
every out.
That was a beautiful play line of playing to the Roamer.
Yes.
Like, he knew that if he was threatening this, that there was going to be a fight over this Roamer, and like
he saw that he had the double Lorite in hand, and just like, send it.
The longer you give Alejandro to set up, the better. That was perfectly executed. And again, like I said, I do think going into this environment that, like, lot of the games that we saw from hearing Alejandro talk yesterday, a lot of the things that helped him were the fact that people didn't know what he was doing.
Right.
And so like the roamer thing kind of caught them off guard. But Paul got to spend 10 hours yesterday
ruminating
just
over the whole
staring
thing.
at this deck list. And so I do think that there's a world where I don't know how much there is for Alejandro against the Olympians, where I do know there's a lot of things for the Olympians deck versus...
Are we witnessing protagonist power?
We got,
Heart of the cards, baby.
Alejandro was second place against Ryan Miles in the 2019 Worlds, so it's kind of a USA versus Spain rematch.
Yep.
And so we'll see. Paul,
the spirit of Ryan Miles.
Personally, I think in looking at the top 8 list, I do believe that the winner of this is kind of favored for the day.
It could be, yeah.
Like for at least to getting to finals with how the matchup is. So we'll see. I mean, it would be truly the most protagonist power ever. We banned the main ruler. Yep. We banned his wall. We said no to this. We said no. And Paul Martinson comes in here and says, nah. I'm going to build that wall.
You can take my wall, but you will never take my Olympians.
Yeah, absolutely. The fact that we could possibly see an Aristella 1.0 World Championship. But only like in actuality, like Paul Martinson is an insane pilot.
Yeah.
Like he has proven time and time again that he knows the deck, he knows the environment well.
Sword progressions
coming in for Alejandro.
I think those are swords in Paul's hand.
They certainly look like swords. I can look at the deck lists. I have them. They're a little grainy, but I can have them. Let's take a look as we go into this.
Yeah, I think sideboarding is very, very important here.
For Alejandro, we have Child of the Darkest Moon, Rogue Spectator, Divine Lightning, 2 Inferno, 2 Falling into the Cracks of Time, Magog, the Artificial Sun, Persephones, and Ray Asnables. So obviously the Persephones and the Ray Asnables come in like snap immediately, right? Like just more interaction with that. I honestly think you might take out the This Means War. The conflicts also feel like they come out too.
I would definitely.
Paul's just going to try to slam Dexias. Like he's not trying to play low cost cards,
right?
And so I think,
hey, if you want to trade 4 cards for mine, absolutely go for it.
Yeah, I do think that.
I think the company is going to be posting the deck like nicer versions of the deck list.
For sure, they will be posted well. Paul's list here: Flashing Smile, Lumia. Lumia might actually be relevant.
Lumia might be massive.
Because you could respond to like each individual trigger. So you could be like, well, I'm going to take these, I'm going to take some, gain it all back.
Yeah.
And then kind of like tank the rest of it. Lumias, I feel like, could come in. Fairer spells 100% come in so that you can stop the first lies. The Sword of Progress, and maybe in the value time, I don't hate more ways to be able to cancel it. Glint of Insight is certainly an interesting
Glint of Insight is definitely a card.
I don't know if I would consider it for this environment though.
I think there's a world. I feel like Glint is a.
Well, you could just call Roamer.
Yes.
So that actually might come in this matchup.
I think the thought process behind Glint was that you just named Brad.
Because it is discard.
Yeah.
Right. Ironically, in this matchup, I don't hate the Glint.
Yeah, I mean, if you know that your opponent's win condition is Roamer, it's just like, hey, while we're going into my turn that I'm going to draw a bunch of cards, Glint, Roamer, do you have it?
4. Cool. 3 of them? Great.
Cool.
Let's just get rid of those.
Yeet those into the bin, please.
Yeet them into the bin. So, yeah, no, that was...
It's also I think hand knowledge is also massive for Glint.
For sure.
So like Glint
reveal their hand.
Glint is a cool thing because it's like you get to name their win condition, but then you also get to figure out exactly what they have.
Yeah, that was a good. I mean, I just think in general that was just a good read on Paul on knowing when to pull the trigger.
Yes.
The Artemis into Rumsfeld was huge. Just absolutely huge. Alejandro remembering to reveal the Rogue Spectator this time. Didn't reveal it last game.
So, I mean, it actually wasn't relevant.
No, yeah, but, you know.
Can't forget those triggers.
Every card. Putting Paul on the coin. I understand putting Paul on the coin because, again, it gives Alejandro gets 2 turns to be able to try to answer the Eternal before the Eternal makes a will.
I don't hate that.
Yeah.
Because staring down an Eternal.
But Paul loves the fact that he won game 1.
Yes.
Because now he gets to try to be successful in game 3.
We slow it.
Yeah. No, I don't. Yeah. Certainly, being able to have choice in game 3 is huge.
Looks like we
Divine Lightning
going to the bottom.
Yeah, it's honestly feels bad in this matchup because I think Paul knows the fact.
Is that Terror in the Ice?
He's not playing Terror. It's it's a Metal Lifeform Dragon.
Oh, Metal Lifeform.
I honestly think that
Metal
this is
nasty.
It's very scary. With no wall, you just target your opponent and you're like, nice cards, but.
I think stone. Be ashamed.
I think getting rid of the Divine Lightning makes sense for Alejandro because I think Paul is just ignoring Contract. Like he's just not going to try to actually
I don't think Flight of the Holy Sword really
like,
does much today.
Exactly. So Paul's line is to try to just turn off Alejandro's rulers and make his mastery spell worthless.
Yep.
Right. That's the whole plan. The Diva on 1
seems fine.
It'll be 1, 2, 3, 4 will turn 2. 5 will turn 2 because we have access to coin.
In it. Hey,
that's fine.
We'll eat those.
Yeah, we'll eat them all day.
Any card, like any cancel that's used on not Dexia's advice, I think is a win for Paul here.
Yeah, we have Magic Stone of Rain though. It's also really nice.
Yes.
Because we just can't be canceled if we cast it using a water champ.
Very true.
So Aspiring Diva is pretty good. We're still going into a 4-turn turn 2 though. Yep. Unfortunately, Alejandro did not find the stuff to be able to answer the Eternal.
No Moonshade, so life total gets to stay very healthy today.
Yeah, nice.
Has it right now.
I don't think we'd go for it. Maybe. Well, it might be worth going for the Rumsfeld like right now. The same kind of thing, baiting out the Light Moonchild, even if we don't plan on initializing it.
Yeah. So I
You burn the Eternal for the will as well. Probably leave the green white stone.
Yeah, because that leaves.
Actually, no. I would leave coin, and the reason why is coin is 3 colors.
Yeah.
So whereas
it depends on what you need.
Because we're gonna get Rumsfeld.
Yeah.
Because Rumsfeld would only be 2 colors. So the green white stone would become only 2. Light Moonchild in response. We're fine.
Oh, I mean the green white stone gets all colors.
But Rumsfeld would turn off the filter. Is what I'm saying.
Absolutely right.
So this Dexius is probably resolving. I just don't think there's anything in Alejandro's hand unless he wants to burn a bajillion cards. So this is probably same line, right? Rumsfeld Artemis. That just worked so insanely last time.
So it looks. Did he pop Light Child?
He popped Light Child.
I'd say you do the same play line here.
Rumsfeld Artemis feels like exactly the right line. Or the only other argument could be made about Rumsfeld Attendant. Like either of those.
To try to go again?
Well, not go again, but just like also accelerate it. Like we've been light childed
interaction.
We've been light childed.
Yeah.
So this is kind of like it becomes Artemis plus an invitation because it removes like sets us up to Union 7 because we're removing. Yeah, this
Diva.
is Diva's an interesting choice. There might be a Rumsfeld in hand, but we're under Light Moonchild, so that's a little bit interesting that we didn't just go straight for Rumsfeld. Not when
Yeah, maybe Alejandro was a little confused as well.
Maybe to like set up the hand better, just like try to fix some stuff up.
Yeah, maybe he's trying to find more interaction, or maybe trying to find the other decks.
I mean, we're still gonna have more will, so like it's fine as long as he doesn't cancel the enter effective attendant. This is gonna be a Megiddo. I don't think you care there, right? But that
seems fine because the enters are still gonna happen. Maybe to burn the Diva so he doesn't have the extra will, but...
So there's the Rumsfeld in hand. That's why we didn't grab it. We're going to banish this.
In response to the enter.
So that he can still draw another card.
Yep.
That makes sense. So before the 800 damage gets attached, he just wants to be able to draw a card.
Yeah. Seems solid.
Fixes the hand a little bit. We have a floating blue.
They're just confirming that the enters are still going to go on the stack.
Oof. That's a bit of a rough but attended, but we do get to recover.
And then Diva.
Diva then gets to dig.
Wait, is there a world where you would resolve the Diva first?
Grabs the Ferris spell, which is exactly what he wanted to see.
Yep.
There's our world there too.
So still has coin. It's like
still walking into 3 will. Still walking into 3 will into Alejandro's turn, and all Alejandro put on board was a Megiddo, which is like fine.
We hit the Aphrodite off of the attendant, which feels rough.
But we do play Raise and Revive.
We do.
So like we can just grab it when we need it. But Paul, incredibly strong opener from Paul. The Megiddo
has an Artemis in hand.
The Megiddo is also, I mean, the Megiddo is good here because it is more draw power. Like, this is the first time, by the way, in
that Megiddo's drawn
that we've seen Megiddo draw any cards, and also the first time we've ever seen Alejandro use an ice counter. Which is also why I think Rumsfeld, if Rumsfeld comes down next turn, it's actually better for Paul, because now Kilowatt doesn't have her ability. No, it's an automatic ability, right? No, it's a continuous ability.
For the ice counters?
The ice counter thing, when an ice counter is removed. But that's an automatic.
It's an automatic, yeah.
Which is Rumsfeld. I don't know.
Rumsfeld blinks it.
Yeah, it would lose all activate and automatic abilities, so it would not be able to draw cards.
So flashes it. So
this
it
makes
looks
sense.
Like past turn flash Artemis.
This makes 100% sense. I don't super love it under the fact that there's a Megiddo, but it does mean that if he wants to try to like stop it, it's going to base out some will. Two copies.
We have deck lists.
We have been handed the top 8 deck lists. So yeah, the Megiddo is going to go ahead and kill the Artemis before it can recover the stones. Now we're seeing if there's a roamer in hand. There's a couple infernos in hand. Wow, that hand is not a lot of prevention and an awful lot of hurt you, which is kind of exactly what Paul wants to see, strangely enough.
Yeah.
Like, it's the stuff that can't stop him from just going off. The problem is now these Olympians are finding their way into our hand, which is not where we want them to be. We want them to be in the deck.
Man, if only there was a goddess in hand.
No.
Gatekeeper.
Gatekeeper. So we unfortunately didn't get to make use of the Artemis will. I really would have loved to have seen a Loki's Insight, I think, if you were Paul there.
Which he's playing...
Multiple copies.
2. So there's only 1 left in deck.
Oh. Well, no, there's 2 currently in the yard.
Oh.
Or in the RFG. So there are no more Loki's Insights available.
Which is why we didn't see it.
Rip. Alejandro's hand looked like Dragon, Roamer, Double Inferno, maybe a Killua. I feel like if we had seen it, if there had been a Killua, it probably would have been used already at this point, though.
I think Man, that Double Inferno is rough.
Playing the Attendant in main phase, we're going to try to go will positive. Light Child's already been burned, so I don't hate this line as well.
Yep.
We're going to float to... Deciding what he wants to float, either pay into it or filter into it off of Moonchild, because he still can use them. Rumsfeld's not currently live.
I think I would go ahead and filter it. Nope, pays into something else.
Probably light. I don't hate the idea.
That seems right.
Ray Asdamble to cancel the enter ability. We do have coin to be able to do Lorite.
I guess he's trying to figure out if, like...
Is there a way for us to fight over this Asdamble so we can still recover our stones? If we can, then, like, we're off to the races. It does look like there is a Lorite in hand. Or do you just, like, accept the loss, slam the Rumsfeld, and then move on from there?
Yeah,
because you still have coin.
A lot more difficult to deal with.
Because you still have coin.
Thinking about it. I think Paul, yeah.
If he has Birth of the Twin Princes, I think the line here is let this resolve, play the Rumsfeld off the filter. Yeah, let it go. Play the Rumsfeld, leave up the will plus Aristella to be able to protect the Rumsfeld and just say, cool, we're done. Like, we're done at this point. I like that play a lot. End of turn, Metal Lifeform Dragon probably coming out here. Lifeform Dragon to tap down the Stone of Rain. Oh, the green-white stone. It's only going to deal 1,200, which is not that bad. And we are going to get Eternal back next turn. So, like, that's not terrible. And it does burn a dragon out of his hand.
Well, I mean, it's just get the damage in now.
Yeah, for sure. 100%. Don't disagree. Especially now that we're not drawing counters off of Megiddo. Like, that's a thing. You just got to start using cards at this point. Let's see. The hand just does not feel very... If I remember, there's just not a lot in Alejandro's hand.
Yeah, I guess we can look more detailed at the list here. So in terms of interaction, we have Garion, or four of.
I think that's pretty much it, to be honest.
The
Garrospel,
Fossil Girl,
and the
doesn't main
Rayastimals.
any Lorites.
Nope, doesn't main them.
Doesn't side them either.
Not a single copy of Lorite was played in this deck.
So 3 Persephones in the side. So we can only assume that Persephones came in.
Yeah, I can only.
Because the Rays obviously came in as well.
It's a nice way to be able to answer the Dexia's advice.
Yeah.
Because like, oh, you can't cancel it? Cool, well, I'll remand it.
Oh, yeah. Turns out Remand, good card.
Remand, okay card, Enforce a Will. It's based on the situations. If you ever played it against an Asuka and tried to play a Persephone when they have 4 will, and you just die.
Yeah.
It's probably good in this matchup because he's playing 3 for Dexia's, but also Inferno to clear the field. Does get to keep one thing, so you just let the... You just keep the Rumsfeld.
You just keep, it's entities?
Non-magic stone entities, yeah. So you just keep the Rumsfeld. Yeah, you let the rest go. Rumsfeld, the Eternal's done its job at this point. We're going to be sitting on, we're still going to be sitting at...
3 and a coin.
Yeah, 4 will still going into his turn, which is more than enough. Alejandro not having a lot of cards left in hand either. No way to really refill the hand. I think Alejandro looks like maybe 4 or 5 in hand. Good stream etiquette. That's 5 cards. Thank you very much. That is a Persephone, Grand Leon. I think the hand is exactly Persephone, Grand Leon, Inferno, Roamer, and I didn't see what the 5th card was. But not a great hand for Alejandro in this spot. Now that Rumsfeld's online and our main draw engine is gone.
No access to God's Arts as well.
That's, yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
so the cheeky Inferno.
The more punishing thing is the fact that there's no access to the card draw.
Yeah.
And Paul has the ability to play through at least 2 points of interaction trying to stop the Rumsfeld. Like at this point in time, you want Alejandro to try to be the aggressor on Rumsfeld. You never proactive. There's no reason to. Because you'd have to tap Megiddo, but in doing so, he still wouldn't draw a card. So there's already like, okay, well, great. You've burned a resource, and we're ready to go.
It's another Moonshade, so ow.
Yeah, certainly not going to go for... I don't think there's ever a world where you're going Dexia's advice at this point. I think you just literally start swinging face with the Rumsfeld. It is 8.
I mean, yeah, it is 8 damage. Like,
and right now,
solid.
And right now, 3 Beast Warriors would cost 9, or cost the full 3, and that's the main like aggro threat, so it can't stop it.
Yeah,
so you just like beat him in for 800 damage and start getting that life total low. You do have to be careful though, because he is playing the Inferno, that you kind of like have to... There's a world where you keep his life total higher than yours until you're ready to kill him that turn.
Yeah, I think you definitely get him in here, put him at 32, and then you kind of just sit there.
Yeah.
32 is a lot easier to deal with than 4,000.
For sure. Although Athenia can just one-shot you.
Athenia can do it, but that also requires him playing the Olympians he has in hand.
He does have 2 will still left over. We're paying into here. Playing... Just going to hard cast that Invitation.
Doesn't have quick cast, so very difficult to interact with.
Doesn't Persephone it, which was like kind of a weird call. But we're also going to get rid of like the Olympians that we don't care about here, right? Magna Lenneth. Apollon.
Yeah.
Or sorry, Apollon might be worth it because of the +1,000. Because then it makes Rumsfeld even like bigger.
And then we just raise and revive it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But we're certainly hitting...
So it's the idea is like, do I want to spin a Dexia's advice or hope to draw it? Or do I get in the yard?
We're at least Union 2, if not Union 3. I think we're Union 2 if I'm tracking that right on Paul. Because
we've seen Artemis.
And the Aphrodite get RFG'd. Yep. So which 4 are we getting?
So
Hades.
Union 6, Persephone, or...
Looks like we're getting Hades makes sense, Ares makes sense, Hera makes sense, and Magna Lenneth makes sense.
Yep.
So we still have Apollon, Hestia, Poseidon, and
Lenneth. Not Lenneth.
Athena.
Athena, yeah.
And Persephone.
Yeah.
So we have 5 Olympians left.
Easy.
Easy. No problem.
And I think the Poseidon's in hand.
Is it?
I think it might be.
That would be gross. We're certainly not going to go for it right now.
No,
there might be a way where we do it right now, because we're at Union 6, so Poseidon would be Union 7.
Yep.
I just don't think we play into it because we don't have the outs of Roamer.
Definitely, yeah.
We're going to try to kill the... He doesn't get to draw a card. Just going to use the Megiddo. Down to 1 ice counter. We're going to protect, finding out exactly when we're trying to go for the Rumsfeld to try to protect it. Rumsfeld survives. This is what I'm saying. Like, it burned an ice. So now we're down to 1 ice counter, and we didn't draw off of that one.
Yeah, which feels awful.
But you do have to fight over this Rumsfeld. Yeah. Like, it's a big problem for, I think, Alejandro's version of the build. Just typed in Alejandro into the card viewer. The man is not a card. Talking about Rumsfeld. Who knew, man? Rumsfeld's sleeper hit of this meta. We were like, it's the meta-defining card. The errata, it's not so great. And I was like, maybe. And then Paul Martinson down here mainboarding it and being like, yeah, no, putting in work.
Yep.
Grand Leon to go face. I mean, still doesn't draw cards though. But we do get
keep pushing value.
The problem is, so here's the thing. Here's my problem with Grand Leon is the fact that while this Rumsfeld is on board, we can contract, sure, but then the contract doesn't do anything.
Right.
It's just 1,000 with swiftness and Piers.
Which,
I mean, it's not nothing, but also is like,
when Paul's sitting at 2,000 life,
sometimes you're just closing out games.
I'll pay 2 mana for a 10/10 with swiftness and trample.
It's fair.
Seems good.
Seems okay. It is free as well. Yeah. Because you can just use Mastery for it.
Good old Predator. I love that art so much.
It's a very cool artwork.
Our new ones, though.
Yeah, I have my full set of all of them. I did a lot of work yesterday.
Yeah.
to get my full play set of all 5 of them. Pass the turn there. Gonna go try to draw. Again, there's no... That's the Lumia I told you. Yep. 100% I knew that Lumias were coming in here.
Yeah, so I feel like the Lumia kind of gave
Metal Lifeform Dragon targeting the
white greenstone.
That's okay, because we have...
I don't know why he's not hitting the rainstone. Why he's not playing counter?
He's gonna take...
Yeah.
Takes 300 per card, goes down to 5. He is targeting the rainstone to recover.
Okay.
Now, Paul does have the Lumia here, so there is a world where we...
I guess the question is, was that on Paul's turn?
It was on Paul's turn.
Okay.
Wanted him to draw the card for turn. It's 200 per card, so only take 1,000.
Yeah.
But the Lumia is very helpful. Oh, trying to... We definitely aren't tapping the Moonshades because we want him to hurt himself. I
guess you just play the Lumia.
Yeah, just gain it back.
Yeah.
We're definitely going to see the Lumia come into play here, and this is probably why the Rogue Spectator is getting revealed now. Like, that's the only problem, too, as well, is the Rogue Spectator that's revealed for Alejandro.
Which, there's a fair spell in hand.
Yeah, we do have some outs to it. It's not crazy. This feels like the turn, right?
Yeah.
And we've seen both dragons get burned from Alejandro. Alejandro, good stream etiquette. Please move your hand forward.
You tell the floor judge to tell him to, like, hey, flush your hand a little bit.
Oh, yeah. So I do, Rio just wants to let you all know that you can actually see the matchups kind of progress. If you reload the video and go in the description of the stream, you can actually go kind of see the, like, matchups for today. Go through. We're going to go for the Lumia in the main phase, in main timing.
I mean, happens.
Sometimes you just need to gain 10 life back.
So
and
like
if we're fighting over this,
see,
the beauty of this is if we're fighting over it with the Moonshades, if we win the fight,
you gain it all back.
You gain all that life we paid with it back. And at night now we are safe. We are currently safe.
Yeah, Paul has to basically, he gets 1 moon here.
And he does have coin, which is very helpful.
Yeah.
Does have Hestia in hand. Paul might be trying to bait out his line to then push in for lethal, which I don't hate. Hestia is also just capable of killing it.
Hestia is very capable.
Because she can burn for a lot of damage and gives everybody swiftness, and then you just kind of rush in and kill everything. And there's the Athena in hand, which has pseudo quick cast.
But needs the mana to be able to get there. So he says Rogue Spectators, totally fine. Which I kind of understand where he's coming from that one.
We need the will more than we need the prevention of life gain.
Yeah.
If this is... So hear me out.
All right.
Put those here.
I got that hear me out hat on.
So Alejandro's kind of board state right now is damage driven.
Yes.
And Athena does say you can't take damage.
Yep.
So there is a world where this turn we go for Athena as our Union 7 and then just kind of go in.
Yep.
And, so that feels like the line, because Alejandro doesn't have enough will currently in hand to be able to
answer everything.
To also do the Roamer first line combo right now.
Plays the Athena.
Goes down to 4. But, I mean, if the Athena's enter, if it resolves, I mean, like,
he's gonna gain some life back.
Doesn't gain any life back because of Rogue Spectator, but can't take damage for the turn.
Yeah.
That's the biggest piece here. I think if Paul has a Birth of the Twin Princes in hand, I think this is lethal. If this Athena gets to like resolve her
Alejandro's like, hold on, let me go into the tank on this one.
Because it's gonna be swinging for, it's gonna shoot him for 16, go take him down to 20. It's gonna swing and then burn him for 19 and the board for 19. And then it will swing and just kill him with the damage.
Yeah, so Paul's confirming, yes, this is at Union 7.
It has pseudo quick cast, but it's not actually quick cast.
Yeah.
Keep that in mind. Played as if it had, but it does not.
But there's no fairer spells
in Alejandro's deck anyway. It's more about the Persephones.
Yeah.
Paul needs to be playing to the, do we see a Persephone in hand for Alejandro?
I haven't seen one.
If he doesn't have it, I mean, like, I feel like you would slam it if you did at this point, right?
Yeah, like he's trying to figure out, can I live through this turn right now? And
it's gonna be rough.
Yeah, Roamer is loss of life, not damage.
That's true. But he doesn't have the ability to draw cards.
Yeah, drawing
and
cards
play
is
Roamer
not on the table right now.
Because his main draw engine is off the board.
Yeah, so like Paul very easily does not draw cards with his own effects, and Alejandro does not have a way to force draws.
If this is Chivalry's Tears to burn him for 8
in response
to the enter effects.
Yeah, well, probably on cast.
Farer's spell.
Yep.
Does Alejandro extend the hand?
No,
There's
he has
the
a Persephone
to target the Athena. Paul does not have anything. Oh, no, you should have used a green. Oh, no, we're under a green Moonchild. So it doesn't matter. Ooh, we're probably going to a game 3.
Oh, burned the Athena.
It wouldn't have killed the Athena. He Persephone'd the Athena back to hand. He let the Chivalry's Tears resolve.
Oh, let the tears resolve.
He let the tears resolve. Because if you Persephone the, you.
Yeah.
Well, actually, in that sequence,
I feel like if
Persephone the fair spell, you win.
Yeah. That's why I was confused on that one.
Put an ice counter on and draw a card. We're just digging. And now we have access to at least Grand Leon for lethal. Going to game 3.
Yep.
Okay, great play from Alejandro there on the line for sure. That was good. Just not having access to those Moonshades really hurt.
Yeah.
Those Moonshades really hurt, Paul. But we do get to go into game 3. We had 20 minutes to go 18 minutes ago. No, 20 minutes to go 14 minutes ago. So we got 6 minutes left, and then it's life loss. 6 minutes left, and then, well, Rio's gonna let me know. Rio! 6 minutes 30. It's very much winnable for Paul.
Yeah. Hey, we just need to see a game 1.
And we're getting to go first. As Paul, we're taking to play.
Oh yeah,
so we can get Eternal online as soon as possible, right?
Yeah, I agree. What a game 2.
Yeah, absolutely. Nice and close, which is what I like to see. Trying to see if we have gotten any results from the other matches at this point in time. I'll try to check and see what's going on with the others. I don't think there's much sideboarding that needs to be done.
I feel like they've already sideboarded.
There's nothing much else to change here. It really is just going to come down to those same Dexia's advice lines.
Probably. And just trying to check Alejandro. It's like, hey, do you have it?
Do you? Do you not? Yeah, for sure. 100%. Seeing exactly what comes down.
I do agree. Alejandro hype. He is. He's been a joy to watch.
And also Paul.
Yeah.
I mean, Paul has been table 2, table 3. Yeah, we don't know.
I think everyone's still going.
None of the reports have come up yet. Yep. We're still waiting to see. It is Killua Asuka, Killua Ainz, Killua Aristella. So all 4 of the Killuas, none of them had to face each other.
Interesting.
So
2, man.
Could be a 4 Killua top 4.
Could be 4 Killua top 4.
But, I mean, we're certainly going to make Killua work for it.
Or they all drown.
Dinos can't swim. Throw them in the tar pit.
They can swim.
Throw them in the tar pit.
All right, so
taking the play.
Yep,
for sure. We want access to.
Alejandro's flashed a little bit of his hand, so yeah, Fossil Girl.
Persephone looks like
a Persephone in hand.
Do have a Birth of the Twin Princes for Paul, which makes me think you go for that. You know, the usual. I honestly, in that position, I do think because we're going and Lorite and second
flight
sword.
Yeah. That's rough.
But you do have Raisin Revive, which is pretty good. I do still think you go for like the unawakened first Dexia's advice.
Yeah.
Just to get the Rumsfeld and the recovery of stones. Because you have access to the Birth of the Twin Princes to protect the first one.
Absolutely.
Like in that. Or we're just going to burn Birth of the Twin Princes and do some 4Cs.
Maybe he doesn't have the Dexia.
This is a main phase. Look at top 2. Interesting. And we burned the Wind Boon Child there. Interesting. This is why I would have probably saved it. Not having the Dexias, though, does make sense that he would go for it.
Yeah.
Then just a pass. Draw, call stone. Move to untaps.
That's where I'm at. I love the Killua deck, but I have to support America.
Either of these players, I think, could very easily win this match, and like all of these players have been great. There's the Diva. This feels great because this does turn us into potentially still being able to go into Dexia's advice this turn if it can dig us with the Dexias.
Yeah, so we'll see
2, 3. One of them is the Dexias.
Perfect.
But now the Light Moon Child hasn't resolved, so we're just good to be able to just cast it. Just pop Diva, doesn't use the chase. You just go in, right?
Yep.
Oh no, we're just passing turn. Which I also don't hate.
Leaving up the end, having. I think needing to have one will going to the Dexia is important here.
Yeah, I agree. We're just gonna draw cards for Alejandro using the Killua.
Fair.
Which is okay. Killua is only going to be working on 3 will, but we're going to be working on 5 will next turn.
Yeah.
This is a lot to be able to win this sequence.
Yep.
And there is just a world where you just, like, with Union 7, Dino Girl to remove all of her abilities, and you just win Wind Moon Child. Use the Wind Moon Child right now. Paul, wind! No! Wind Moon Child! No! To keep the deal. I mean, we're still a bit 4 will versus
Scry's a Fossil Girl, deciding if he wants to keep it or not.
I feel like that was like the moment we were gonna just need to just use Wind Moon Child.
Yeah, because I mean you're gonna go grab Runsfield anyway.
And turn it off. Like,
yeah.
Might as well if he's gonna go for pay
Smoke
for free.
him if you got him.
Yeah, that feels like a missed opportunity. Oh, Drew's another one. Just draws another Diva. No, it's no big deal. No big deal. Move to recovery. We still are working on a lot of will here, so it's probably still okay. There's the rain.
Ooh, massive.
That feels good. And we can leave up the. We can use the moon. Here's. We can leave the Moonshade up, or I was like, you could leave the Moonshade up so you have Omnicance.
So awakens.
But we awaken the
Dexia's
Dexia's Device. This is gonna force the burnout on the Light Moon Child.
Yep, goes for the Moonchild.
You just let that happen.
Yeah.
Paul might be considering just low riding it to see if we can get the second spell off and just saying, let's just go ahead and kill you this turn.
I don't like
that line.
Yeah.
It's gonna Light Moon Child, but after Light Moon Child has resolved,
tried to Persephone
the Dexias. Yep, that makes a lot of sense. And then pass.
I think that's fine.
Yeah, that seems fine. Rogue Spectator looks, says, hey, we're in the life total game. I just gotta get you down below me. We're at sudden death world. Both Moonchild. Oh man, if it comes down
to
if it comes down to having not Wind Moonchild did that Divine Lightning,
yeah,
I'm gonna.
Sadness resolves.
Sadness will 100% resolve on the chase. Does take the 4 from the Rogue Spectator. Sometimes you just get in with a Rogue. That handsome Rogue.
Those washboard abs.
And passes the turn.
Draws a birth.
Oh, that's helpful. We do have a lot of interaction here. We will be still at 4 will. We can go in for the Dexia's advice.
Take the damage. Probably try to sculpt a little bit. Oh, never mind. It says no. Life total important.
Just gonna move to straight recovery.
Oh,
that's okay here, because you can filter into blue with one of them and leave up the Omni cancel for the other. Filter into blue.
Just going back in for the Dexia's advice?
I think so. We are in. They are officially in overtime at this point.
10 minutes on the clock. Southern Death rules.
Paul can. Do you go for the Afro here then? Just to like gain like Rumsfeld plus Afro?
I would go for Hestia here. Let me tell you why. Hestia puts more damage onto the board, so Aphrodite would put him.
Lorite the Persephone to try to get the Dexia's advice to resolve.
Yeah, just making sure the life
total is correct. It's 34 to 40 at this point in time. This resolves.
Falling.
Oh, okay.
Oof.
Persephone goes back into hand. The Dexia's advice goes back into hand though. We're churning through a lot of Alejandro's resources, and eventually he does just get clapped by a. We're digging. Eventually he does just get clapped by the Dexias, like when the Dexias resolves.
Yeah, so there's one more Persephone in the list.
Potentially, yeah. Somewhere. On turn 1. Thank you for putting the dice on screen so that we can see what turn it is. So Paul was turn 0. So Paul only gets one more turn after this. 0, 1, 2,
I think that's
3.
enough.
I mean, with how much will we're going to have, Paul can absolutely just get there.
And we're not sure how many cards Alejandro has in hand.
I think it's probably 6. I just need this Dexias. Like, if the Dexias resolves, it feels like it's lethal. The question is, like, what does Alejandro have?
So we know we've seen a Garion go to the bottom.
We know that there's at least 3 Persephones and the Ray Asnables. Like, if Alejandro's hand is nothing but, like, Asnables and stuff, just using Chivalry's Tears to burn him now... Windbrew Child!
Yes.
Paul!
Maybe that's why he kept it.
But he didn't use it. Maybe he's saving it for exactly the lethal free card as opposed to the one that actually matters. We're doing First Lie, Double Roamer. Double Roamer First Lie is gonna...
That's it.
That's lethal. Because he's fully tapped out, every single card will be exactly lethal.
Yeah, First Lie deals 24 here.
It's 32 actually because you'll draw for turn.
Yeah.
And there is no out. So, oof. Has to pass it up. There's nothing there. Extends the hand, and that's the game.
Yeah, First Lie.
First Lie. Well played from both players.
Sneaky.
What a phenomenal match. Tried the best, but just couldn't. Yeah, literally waiting on the. If he had the extra will from the Wind Moon Child from the Diva, I think that you actually could have won there. But we are gonna. Great match overall. Alejandro, congratulations for going to top 4. Paul, great job taking it to a game 3, representing USA well. Aristella 1 gang, let's go.
Yep.
Good match all around. Top 8'd.
Yep.
Did any other US player top 8? No.
Nope.
Did the one playing only 2 rulers top 8? Yes.
Yeah.
Let's go. And so we'll have to see what the matchups are, how it's going into top 4. But we'll be back for that in just a little bit. So thank you guys so much for being here, and we'll see you soon. So bye.
Bye-bye.
We are here getting ready for our top 4 match, which is going to be between King Wen Lo versus Keenan Yop, both players from Singapore. We have Asuka versus Killua. So the matchup is currently 3 Killua and 1 Asuka in top 4.
Yep. Can't say we're really that surprised.
Not really. It's totally fine. We have It does appear that we have Gas Killua, Burn Killua, and First Lie Killua are the 3 different Killua builds. And then we have the villain Asuka stuff. Yep. Not playing Lucifers that I can tell. So I'm not really sure what we're going for villains except for exclusively the
Drywing,
the 2 Dodgy and the 1 Drywing. That's just like
improved
interesting.
Rabbit. Or no, that's a healing robot. Yeah, it looks like the only villains are the Dodgy and
the Dodgy and the
Drywing.
Drywing, which is an interesting choice. I also running main decking 4 number 13 anti-magics.
I don't hate it.
With the Phantasmal Ascendants, you get to seal 4 pretty quickly.
That becomes a 1-cost cancel.
But it costs 2, so it's a bit good anti-Brad tech. Yeah. No, these are cool lists.
Garyon.
Doesn't get Garyon. Yep, absolutely.
Only 2 Phantasmal. But yeah, we'll see. I mean, obviously it worked out for him.
Yeah. So we'll have to see exactly who takes this. So King Lo Wen is the higher seed, sitting at 2nd seed, so he gets to choose whether to go 1st or 2nd. Does have the advantage here of being on Wind Child to be able to stop the first Divine Lightning in response to contract, so we can still get that first contract to most likely resolve.
Yeah, the games have all been going a minimum of 4 stones.
Yeah, for sure.
We'll see.
Killua very balanced. I'm not gonna get into that debate. I'm gonna have that conversation.
That'll be an office hours.
That'll be an office hours. We can go into it. I think it's fine. I mean, obviously we've proven that Killua can lose.
Yes.
Right? So it's just like...
It's not an unbeatable deck, but...
Everyone was so concerned about Falchion being the boogeyman of the format that I think people didn't realize that once you pivot to be able to beat, like, pivoting to beat Falchion means that you also then are falling prey to Killua. Yeah. And Killua can pivot to beat Falchion very well, so you have to go like 2 meta steps beyond, right? We've talked about that all the time on the office hours too, is like sometimes the 1-step meta call doesn't get you what you need. You have to go 2 steps.
Yep. You have to assume that everyone's arriving to the same conclusion.
And then go 1 step, 1 step beyond. So that's exactly what I expected to kind of see from this environment. Like, she certainly seems to be stepping away from Falchion. She seemed to be the ruler to beat.
Yep.
So, but I'm kind of okay with that. Like, strong decks are allowed to exist.
I love Killua. I love the game plan. It's very fun to play.
Yeah. This is also looking and also doing the great stuff with Sacred Burial.
Interesting that the Paramita didn't come here, so probably just knowing the deck list.
So first turn is going to be Diva, and then next turn is going to be Diva plus Eternal into you banish for will from the
and then
Sacred
target
Diva,
it with Sacred,
and then target it with Sacred Burial so that you can and ramp it into a permanent stone. So I kind of like love that line. Only spell chase copy has to be nothing. We didn't hit anything off the top there. Passes the turn. Getting a 4C stone here.
So top 4 is 3 Killua, 1 Asuka. Not really much from the ooh, wow. 2 Garyons in hand for the Killua player. Trying to decide if combat is worth it here. I think flashes in a Phantasmal. think Loki can pass the turn.
Interesting.
So we're trying to do the end of turn stuff.
To carry it in and not be as vulnerable to Light Moonchild.
Yeah.
I think that makes sense.
Thinking about fighting over this Phantasmal.
Yeah, it's the weirdest point to fight over this Phantasmal, though.
The reason I think because he's sitting here thinking about it so much that he doesn't have a lot of interaction in his hand.
Yeah, it's just gonna go ahead and resolve. Gets the stone.
Yeah, I don't think Killua escapes this with without hitting.
But also, there's no hits coming in August. Please keep this in mind.
There's not a new one coming with the set?
There is a new one, but they've specifically said they're not putting anything else on the ban list. It'll just be taking stuff off. The company's policy is the first ban list after Worlds when we're heading into the off season with no GPs. They're not going to add new stuff to the ban list. They're going to just let people have fun for a bit.
Yeah.
And take stuff off the ban list. And
so
then
just
with the following...
rule 0, your play.
Yeah.
Talk about it before you start. All right, Jeremy, gun to your head. What do you combo ban with Killua? Or ban? You have to do one.
I mean, it's probably just gas.
Yeah.
In all honesty, limit the different variations that can be played with her, and suddenly the versions of her that can get played are a lot more specific.
Yeah.
I think it's fine. You can just ban gas and call it a day.
Yeah. Jeremy did not wear his
I couldn't find it.
Unbelievable.
I think I might have worn it earlier this trip. And
so did I. I washed mine last night.
I have not done any laundry. I brought a second suitcase just to put laundry in. Yep.
So the Grand Leon for face.
Yep.
Seems right. It's the Moonshade. Very sparkly sleeve.
I think he has over sleeves.
Yeah.
Over his... Has that kind of cool, fun effect.
Confetti foil.
Yeah, there you go. Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, wall coming off.
I don't think you take wall come off. I don't think you take angelic battle barrier off.
No, battle barrier, that needs to stay gone.
I legitimately think if you just take gas, that's fine. Because like then what are they using the Phantasmal for?
I think Phantasmal needs to go.
I also think Phantasmal just as a card could go.
Yeah.
Like I don't think that's necessarily a Killua problem.
Yeah.
I think that's just Phantasmal. Like I think it's lived its life. So I think Phantasmal as a whole can just go, and if you're specifically looking to target Killua, I think you hit gas.
Funny continuing Force of Will's track history of making a promo and then banning the card.
But yeah, well, there's also something to be said about the idea of like, well, if you get rid of gas, can Killua really even do anything with the Phantasmal? At that point, because the burn versions weren't really using Phantasmal at all.
Yeah, that's true.
And then Phantasmal pretty much becomes an Asuka card, but like as obviously shown, Asuka got preyed on super hard this event, just like incidentally did not perform incredibly well. So again, does gas do the job that you needed to do is the question. But regardless, we're going into a format that's going to be like kind of can just do whatever you want.
Very casual.
Very casual environment.
I'm surprised that the Diva is still around, honestly.
I mean, I suppose I am also kind of surprised that the Diva is still around here. But face is sometimes just the place, and you're like, extra will, whatever. Those look like we have double contract in hand. Flash is in the Dallas.
Yep.
So let's see.
A Loki's Insight.
Is there Loki's Insight in hand?
I think that second card from the right is a Loki's Insight.
Okay.
It's the original art, not the promo. Fair spell.
Double contract? Looks like at least one contract.
Now are they signed contracts?
They're not.
No.
At least not on the front.
Unfortunate.
Oh, yeah, we just took damage going into Kane. Oh, this is resolving the rest of the Dark Alice. Going into the tank on this Dark Alice.
Dark Alice sometimes is like, it presents way too many play lines. Yeah, pitches the contract.
That's true. So pitched her contract, banished the Dark Alice.
Seems fine. Still thinking about the attack here.
Loki's Insight before recovery, it looks like. Divine Lightning is the only quick cast.
So 2 Garion,
2 Persephone and a Granleon.
Wow.
A hand of activate abilities.
I mean, I don't hate hitting the Divine Lightning.
Yeah, at least get some value off of it. If the mermaid was, or if the diva was gonna get killed anyway, like you turned it into a Loki's Insight, got a lot of hand knowledge, you get to go into your turn and kind of feel comfortable. Like, that's a hand that feels, I mean, the White Child and the Wind Child is also kind of difficult for the Asuka to play into, right? Of like, well, I'm gonna stop your first being able to cast them, but even if I play through that, then I will just target the one thing I want you really want to resolve, and stop that.
Yeah, double Garion's gross for this Light Child. I guess we don't really know what's in Lo's hand.
Yeah.
Gets the anti-magic.
We need one more stone, though.
Yeah, that's the awkward part.
If we get Sacred Burial, then sure, cool, then we're live. We still know those exact same 5 cards in hand. Going into the tank, we're going for contract.
Interesting.
Seeing anything I mean, this is the problem is this walks into a Persephone, right?
Right.
He's got, unless the hand is,
unless there's a Lorite in hand, but then again, you just
get Garion. So the hand would have to be like,
you would need 2 stages of interaction, or 3 because he has coin too.
Yeah, this is.
Mate.
I'm confused about this line. Does seem to maybe Gideon's letting it. Whoa, okay.
I guess I kind of understand this actually.
He does hit to exactly 7, so he can contract.
So.
Thankfully got there. What are we targeting with this end of night? Do we target his Phantasmal Ascendant to help us ramp a stone? Because it's either player's graveyard.
Yeah, I think that's what he's doing.
Yeah, I agree with that line, for sure.
I think there, no. So, yes, he could have played the Divine, well, if you reveal your hand, that's already done for Loki's Insight, but yeah, I think there was a world where he just tries to do the Divine Lightning.
So we're
in response to Loki's Insight.
Yeah, that's probably true.
But it just gets it just gets Green Child.
That point in time, you burned 2 interactions for a thing that you were gonna lose anyway.
Yeah.
So it's like, man, that seems pretty good. Granleon coming in here.
Yeah, the timing of that would have been responding to the Loki's Insight cast. Yep, so we grabbed the Phantasmal Ascendant and 2 Dallases, which honestly kind of wild. So we're up to 4 stones, so the anti-magic is online now. So choosing to resolve them, Ascendant, first Dallas, second Dallas.
Oh, we got the Ascendant.
Yeah.
I'm fully impressed that we were allowed to resolve that Ascendant.
It seems very bizarre.
Maybe we're just trying to We know the stone's going to go at the end of this turn anyway, so he's going to go only up to 2 stones.
Overextend, maybe?
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe Keenan's sitting here like, I know that from what I've seen that we're not getting there this turn. Because, yeah, you just Persephone the second contract.
Yes, agreed. And then the stone is gone, he's fully tapped out, and you can just kind of go in. What are we digging for here off of this dark
Well, we need the Mamu.
We certainly did need a Mamu to at least be in the graveyard.
Produces a will.
Filtering to play the Gaji.
To get the Dry Wing.
This does set up our draws for next turn, right? Gary in here feels good. We do have coins still to be able to interact. Yeah, don't let him have the Dashi back. Just like hard stop it. The Garian makes a lot of sense.
We were discussing this prior to the match start, but there's really only one target for Daji, which is the one of Dry Wing.
Correct.
So I assume Keenan knows this, so he's like, yeah, that Dry Wing's not coming.
Correct.
Passes the turn.
Lost the stone. One will for interaction.
Luckily, it was a Spirit Stone, so we just sacked the stone.
It and draw a card, yeah.
Fossil Girl, Garian, 2 Persephone.
That's Fossil Girl, Gary, 2 Persephone. I mean, we could dig. We do have Grand Leon engraved, and I don't hate the idea of like just getting a Grand Leon out if we can. To just say, hey, you're gonna cast a bunch of 1-drops?
Yeah.
Is there a world where we ever try to wait to try to do a play line like that until he puts a bunch of 1-drops on the chase with End of Night? Like when he's targeting them to cast them. And you go, cool, here's a Grand Leon. Ooh. And they're like, oh, I put 3 1-drops on the chase.
Yep.
Resolves. Cast a 1-drop, take a Grand, cast a 1-drop, take a Grand, cast a 1-drop, take a Grand.
That would be it.
That would be gross. Actually, you'd cast all 3 of them because they'd all just go onto the chase and then Grand Leon would trigger 3 times.
Yep.
And just like, cool, thank you for taking 3,000 damage. But I thought we were going to do that with the triple Dark Alice with Roamer yesterday. That would be gross. Opponent puts 3 Dark Alices on the chase. In response, double Roamer.
Yep.
Please take 30. Please take lethal off of your own.
So here's the burial.
Finally getting the Sacred Burial.
Bottom decks the Grand Leon, maybe?
The problem is there's 2, and the other problem is that Predator specifically doesn't target.
Yeah.
She just reanimates a dinosaur.
Persephone comes down.
On the Sacred Burial is interesting.
So, looks like we're trying to fight over it. So they're potentially fighting over it. It says, nope, that's fine, puts it back in the hand. Now, I don't think you try to go for the recast. I just wish Lo would show us what's in, like flash his hand just a little bit. He's playing it very close to the chest. Kilua removes a counter. Trying to think if he wants to fight for this, because he kind of knows what we're dealing with. Fair spells the Kilua. Feels right, because if you know that he only has interactions, Keenan's not really advancing his game plan at all. He's just kind of slowing through yours, and you can kind of gas him on those. Says, are we about to fight on this? I think a Garion comes down here. You don't try to Persephone the Fair spell because it just comes down. We'll eat a Garion, no problem. Now, Killua. So if Lo has a Killua, Fossil Girl in hand. I saw those at least. JPK lost his game.
That is correct. Yeah. Both Ainz players lost.
So Fair Spell gets canceled by Garion. Back on the stack for Killua, Fossil Girl in the City. Taps Eternal. Doesn't tap Eternal. Do you anti-magic here? No, Fair Spell.
Oh, we do know that there's the if we burned both of the Garions that were in hand.
Yeah, so a Garion was already cut out.
So then we probably, I think the number 13 makes a lot more sense, because the number 13 also can be, well, no, in the Asuka mirror, number 13, the Fair Spell versus number 13 would make sense here.
Yeah.
I guess maybe number 13, not doing number 13 would make sense to fight over the Predator contract, perhaps.
Well, I mean, Fair Spell still hits Divine Lightning.
Yeah, but it's like harder to, by being a 2-cost, it's harder to then like be punished back.
Sure.
So like it's more likely to stop the Divine Lightning.
Yeah.
Like, well, you're paying 0 to make a 2-drop happen. I'm paying 1 to make a 2-drop happen. So at least it's like kind of the same.
We're still fighting over this Killua. I think you have to let the Phantasmal just happen here.
Wow. Is this in main timing for Keenan?
This is going into Keenan's turn.
So this is end turn?
Yeah.
Ooh, how many cards left in Keenan's hand at this point?
I believe we're at 2.
Not a lot.
Which I think this is why we're fighting over the draw spell currently.
Yeah.
Yep, Garion's the Phantasmal. Feels good.
Yeah, if we could keep, I mean, like, hey, we contracted and we didn't go off, but we didn't get punished on the crackback. We have
gassed the hand. We are 2 cards in hand.
That is not much for the Killua deck that wants to have card advantage. Yeah. Because Asuka can just replenish that hand
3
very
cards
quickly.
in hand. So there's a Cheers,
Contract, and Divine Persephone. None of those are super great since we're already at end of night.
Yes.
Which makes me at a point of like, was Lo going for end of night early, even if he couldn't combo off, to make Divine Lightning being less of a concern later.
Sure.
Right? Because we've talked about before that there's no interaction. There's no interaction window between killing and contracting, and so Divine Lightning suddenly is a lot worse because the Killua is not currently available for him to be able to target with the Divine Lightning.
Time and round?
I will find out what time and round is.
It's the Amadeus Stone.
5-color crystal. 4. Look at those 4 5-color stones just staring.
Rainbows.
There's Terror in the Ice. This is helpful because it is going to get to draw us 2 cards if it resolves.
Which questionable.
If you have the stops to it at this point in time, I feel like you have to stop this. Right, we do know did the seal ever get burned? We still have Seal of Wind and Light available, correct?
Anti-magic.
Sorry, anti-magic.
The anti-magic is still in hand.
The other green-white 2-drop cancel spell. Sorry, number 13 is still in hand. I feel like that happens here.
It's almost free.
Yeah, there's the number 13 coming down here. Gonna banish a Spirit Stone that is a permanent stone just to try to draw into something.
Yeah, I think Keenan's...
If we lose this sequence, I kind of feel like you scoop it up.
Yeah. Ironically, Killua could not find her gas.
Correct. 27 minutes left to go in this round, so still very much possible to just win game 2, game 3. But we are playing the burned Killua, so maybe I don't feel as comfortable.
Flashes out the Persephone.
To bring back his own terror in the ice.
Ugh.
It needs to resolve. Like, he needs to be... To stay in this game, that card needs to resolve.
I feel like at that point, I would just scoop.
We're not in main timing for Keenan.
No.
We're going into Keenan's turn, or probably at the very least in his upkeep.
Mm-hmm.
But he's only at 2 stones now to Loking's 3. It's very possible that we could walk into a Killua Asuka finals with the way this game is going.
Very possible.
And
we attempt to recast the terror. Says no problem.
Got a second one.
Beat this.
Banishes another stone just to try to draw. Do you Lorite the draw? He had double Lorite in hand. Is there a world?
Well, let's take a look at the list.
What's the top deck that could get you there from this? Nope, it resolved. That terror's gone.
So I think we've seen every Garyon at this point.
Yeah, we've burned.
There's still Persephones. And that's it.
Boy. We might just be saying, you know what, I don't even need to contract. Again, we'll just beat you to death with this 7/10 flyer, and I'll get there. Man, looking really capitalizing on a unable to execute Asuka loop.
Yep. And
just says, look, 7/10 flyer, hand advantage, sometimes that's all I need. We're
just sometimes you just need the stones.
Killua Lorite. Killua double Lorite, it looks like. We're just going to go in, swing in. We're just drowning in so much will advantage. We still haven't burned... Neither player, by the way, has burned either Light Child or Wind Child.
Which is a very bizarre choice.
Like, no Moon Children have been utilized at all this game.
Did you just start eating your Spirit Stones because why not?
I don't think you need to. Like, Mamu's now going to come down here. First Mamu... No, second Mamu of the tournament that we've gotten to see utilized. Yeah, not very often. Mamu to buy back the Mamu. To buy back a Mamu. No, that's exactly what's going to happen. We're going to play the Mamu, buy back the third Mamu, use the other 2 Mamus to pay for the third Mamu.
Yep.
Because they're Mimi tribes. Mamu tribal.
Yeah.
Let's go. This man, he's restoring. If he's got another Mamu engraved, does he have the third one engraved? So we can just go right. The third one in hand will also do this.
Yeah.
Let's see here.
Probably just trying to map out his graveyard right now.
Yeah, I don't even think like you need to go any further than this, because now we're just threatening lethal, right? Currently threatened on board is 15, 27 damage just from the or 22 damage just from the Mamus and the Asuka. So you just like leave up 3 will, 4 will, and say like, go for it.
Do what you must.
With that many stones, do you buy back a number 13 just to like have the free? Although you'd probably still choose to pay 1 for it though, because of you don't have to pay.
Yeah. Trying to Killua the there's the other
number
13.
Okay, had the third. Pays the one for it. Has the third. Oh, he was trying to cancel the Mamu to buy back the number 13.
Yeah.
Had the
number
third
13.
number 13. Whoo, boy.
Very gross. And Dallas beats.
Just getting in.
Okay, he can't sack this stone to draw
No more,
cards.
no more stone sacking unless he has a Dark Alice. Then he can sack it to draw a card. It's like a pseudo sack.
Yeah.
Let's see. I don't know what else we can really do here on Keenan's side. Yeah, it just has to pass. The problem is now we're just
Trying to top deck an out.
you don't even do anything except go to combat, right? You take 0 game state actions except call stone, go to combat.
Yep.
7 in the air.
We'll force the issue if we need to.
Yeah, for sure. 100%. Go for 8 or 7. Oh, that's 21. So the Dark Alice beat from last turn is
Actually,
or the Dark Alice needs to connect.
Yeah.
22 down to 15, 15 down to 8, 8 down to 1.
Mm-hmm.
You just take it like a champ and you pay 2 life for the Moonshade in response and then let the 7 beat the lethal. Like Killua
To
draw? Remove an ice counter and draw. He does get filter into red, so he can potentially go into... I would just White Child here. Honestly, like at this point in time.
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go. Just White Child. Say like, look, if you draw into something, that's, you know, that'll be the end of it. I'll let you draw more cards, but it won't do you any good.
Draw all the cards you want.
While you still have ice counters on your ruler, please.
You
by all
can't
means.
even use your Moonshade.
He can filter it
Yeah.
into green, blue, or white, red, green, blue, white, red. Everything other than red. Gonna divine lightning
the
just to
Dark
target
Alice.
the Dark Alice, just to try to live. There's, I mean, with
I think
the
you
grip
just
of
say
hand,
fine.
with the grip of cards in your hand, you have to have some way to stop that. You would think. But because we didn't see it absolutely get slammed immediately, I'm thinking maybe we don't, which is odd.
Yeah. Or he probably only has like a couple things.
Or you just let it resolve. Like a Daji is lethal here.
Yeah, so the Light Moonchild resolves, so...
And now the Light Moonchild is resolved. So you've drawn a bunch of cards.
There is a world where you contract again, because Daji's in the yard.
Yeah, I don't hate that. Or you just play Sacred Burial and Ramp of Stone. What is happening?
Because we need more stones.
All 10.
I think he's trying to draw cards.
It's probably a fair point. What are we trying to draw into there is the big question. I mean, like, any Daji gets us there. Lorite comes down in response to the Light Moonchild in response to the Sacred Burial, so we can keep going. Conflict comes down here, but he can't cast it because he's already under Light Moonchild.
Yep. Bottom decks the Leon.
Does it?
Another Sacred. Gets the other Leon.
Just needs to actually find some packet of damage.
Something that can just pop you. Daji's in the yard. Find a contract.
There's another Daji. Puts the Dark Alice back to the bottom. Draws a card.
Yeah, Lucifer's not main boarded.
That's a Dark Alice, and we've got Spirit Stones. We can go so far into digging into this deck now that we're at 10 stones. This is insane.
Yeah, so...
yeah, Lucifer would have been great in this.
Yeah, look,
Like
the
some-
Oscar deck does not have Lucifer anywhere. Not in main, not in side.
He's just like continuing to just be like, what? Just cannot try and slam another
There
one.
we go.
How deep can we dig? Sakamamu, draw. That's an Athenia.
Yeah.
Not enough will. Crack the Spirit Stones.
Crack the Spirit Stones.
Just draw. I mean, just do it. It's not going to do anything else. Aspiring. If this hits the Daji in the top 3, it's going to be so bad. That was a Daji. Literally, if he just played the Spirit Stone.
It's the anti-magic.
If he had cracked the Spirit Stone, he would have drawn in the Daji and we'd be done.
Like any sort of incidental damage would do this. Yeah, this is painful. Finds the contract.
Taps out to play contracts.
No problem.
Doesn't have anything. Keenan scoops it up.
Yes.
We move on.
There we
okay.
go.
We got it. Yeah, they are friends. They're both from Singapore.
Jesus.
The closed captions add another dimension of entertainment. They have no idea what is being said because we're just saying like Dallas and then
Dallas, Texas.
The Daji, dig in, sack the Spirit Stone. Ooh boy! So Asuka taking game 1.
Now
We got.
let's talk sideboards.
Got about 15 minutes left on the game, on the match.
Yeah, bring in some damage cards.
Yeah, bring in. Yes, thank you.
Hellfire. Not
16 minutes and 15 seconds. Hellfire doesn't super help here.
Quenched Fire.
Which of Quenched Fire helps here?
Might be pretty good.
Yeah, Grand Leon doesn't hurt us. Yeah, no.
Is there? Do we put Darkness Moon?
No.
No.
I think
Maybe more Killua? No.
I think
we
it's
don't need more
Lumia. I
Killuas.
think Lumia's Fairer Spells and Witch of Quenched Fires come in.
Yeah. Maybe Loki's Insight too.
I think that didn't do anything because it's all activate abilities on the Killua side, really.
Yeah.
I think
Hellfire stays out. I do think the witches come in.
I agree. I almost want to take out the Loki's Insights, take out the Elixir's Love, take out the Explosion of Magog. Oh, he's playing Stone Destruction Loop Asuka. That's what he's doing.
Oh yeah.
You just
that sure is an Explosion of Magog.
Yeah, you just try to loop cast Explosion of Magog and take them to 0 stones, and you're okay, cool. Play the game, please.
Yeah.
That makes a lot of sense.
We love Ponze here.
Yeah, I think that's probably about it. So probably the Quenched Fires, the Fairer Spells, and the Lumias, I feel like come in. So that's 6. So I got room for 6 cards. The Elixir's Love comes out. Explosion of Magog comes out. 2 Loki's Insight come out. The Athenia comes out.
Yeah, the Athenia doesn't seem great.
And I think the Improved Healing Robot comes out. There's my 6.
Yeah.
Done it.
Now Killua.
That's a good point. There is an entire second deck list that I have to look at.
He has 3 Fair Spell, 3 Lucifer, 2 Lumia alternate cards, Wings of Light and Darkness.
I don't. So that's the Lumia split card.
Oh, it's okay. 2 different lines. 2 Ascendants of Asmodeus, 3 Infernos, and then 1 Darkness Moonchild.
I honestly think a lot of this stuff comes in. Attendants I come in, the Lumias I come in because they can remove
Inferno, definitely.
Because they can remove all the good stuff. I think maybe the Infernos come in. Lucifer's definitely come in because it's life loss. It's like more reach. And I think the Fair Spells come in as well.
Yep.
Things I would.
I think a lot of this comes out.
Things that come out.
Last Secret Sword.
Probably Last Secret Sword comes out.
Maybe
I'd cut down on some Grand Leons. I'd cut down on the conflicts, especially. I don't think you're playing conflicts in this matchup at all, legitimately.
Yeah.
So if we're trying to make room for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 cards,
yeah, it's a lot.
That's a lot. We were right about the Lumias. Lumias were definitely boarded in already.
So I don't think you'd touch your Garion and Persephones. Do you go down to your number of Grand Leons?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. Maybe we're citing too many cards.
Nah. Whole deck.
Yeah.
Suddenly we're a Falchion deck. Just like the whole thing.
Yep.
Take out Killua, take out the Grand Leons, put in Brett. They'll never expect it.
Yep.
Except that it's a known deck list, so they would 100% expect it. I joked around.
What you do is you have all of that in your sideboard, and then you never side into it.
Yeah, I joked around with this idea of another advantage you get for playing Aristella 1 is if you play into a Brad deck, you could just sideboard out your Moonchild and your Aristella for Dante and like Beatrice or Dante Esteba, and then just from the very beginning of the game, Goddard Dante, and then Brad doesn't have text.
Yeah.
For the entire game. Jeez. So then like 2 rulers to 2 rulers.
Yeah.
I mean, and in Paul's version, like win game 1 as the Olympians against the Brad deck, sideboard into Dante. I already won game 1. Yeah. I want to turn off your deck for game 2. Let's move on. Like,
losing a card in your opening hand feels rough, though.
But that's why I like a Stemma. Like if you win game 1, you just go into a Stemma, never intending to win game 2. You're just like turning off their Brad and outvaluing them.
I legitimately hate you right now.
Because you want to go build it?
Oh, no, that's a thought virus that is going to infect people. I don't like stalls like that.
Well, I would specifically say into a Brad deck. It only works that way. And like, I think we showed today that like Brad-centric decks are not the way to play in this environment anyway. People pivoted pretty hard.
I think Inferno is good against Asuka because if you're on the back foot, it kind of clears their board.
It equalizes them. Yeah. It can equalize them.
Because, like, as Killua, you're maybe having 1 thing on board. Maybe 2.
Yeah. Well, to get rid of the Eternal as well.
Yeah.
Phantasmal. Coming in.
Fair spell.
Can we talk about a card that has, like, I know we have definitely said that it's time for it to go, but strangely enough, in this environment, it has strangely over and underperformed.
Yeah, at the same time.
Like, it's weird. It's averaging out to be a pretty mid card in this environment. Don't get me wrong, still probably time for it to go. Yeah. But it's just like, it's been interesting. Just watching Phantasmal is just kind of,
I think we just need to look at how many decks ran Phantasmal.
Only 3. I mean, the 3 Killua.
Well, I mean, there's Phantasmals in the Asuka.
Yeah, there's Phantasmals in the Asuka, so that means half of the top 8 was playing.
Top 8 was all playing it.
Was playing it, but if we have a finals, that's a Phantasmal versus a non-Phantasmal. That would be interesting. If Alejandro wins. Truly, the most hilarious thing would be if we have the Killua deck without Phantasmals playing against the Asuka deck with them in the finals. Like, that would be the most hilarious. Okay, going into stone number 3. Well, you have the... already going into these first few turns where no actions being taken.
Yep.
We fought over some Phantasmal Ascendants and we moved on. Phantasmal is the only crazy mana cheat that's left. Yeah, I agree.
Like, we're 15 minutes in round?
We've got, at this point in time, about 9 minutes and 50 seconds left on the round. Thank you, Rio. Let's see here. Going for Dark Alice. Oh, and I will say the deck that's currently up is only playing 2 Phantasmals. Yeah. So take that as you will.
It's not
right?
4.
You got to see how, if any of the other matches have finished yet. I'll ask Rio if he can check for us. Trying to just go into the tank here about like what are we playing for Keenan versus popping the Eternal kind of seems like the play to go. You have the other thing here is
so this is definitely trying to kill the Eternal.
I think you can't pop. Well, you can pop Addition and draw. I feel like since you're just gonna be throwing cards anyway, like you might as well pop the Addition and draw a card. Yeah. We're not even popping the Addition. We're just gonna draw a card.
Pull up Kilo. I want to see if those are exclusive or not.
It's just the cancel and pop.
It's the cancel that you can't destroy as well, right?
Getting reports that the other match has just finished. So we're gonna find out.
You can't cancel and draw.
Yeah, you can't cancel. You can't cancel and destroy.
Okay.
Yep. But you can draw and cancel. You can draw and destroy. Okay. feel like might as well get rid of that value since we're already planning on just doing it during recovery.
This is an odd choice. Brain drain.
Maybe. We're going for contract. Uninterrupted. It's going to resolve. There's a world
cute pose. Just. He's contracting.
End of night has hit the field. Gonna be targeting some stuff. Got the Mamu. We've got so much will here. On both sides, though, we've got so much will. And both Moon Children still up.
Uh-huh.
Well, Wind Moonchild looks like it's been burned. Dallas, Mamu, and Aspiring Diva.
Yep. Seems right.
Maybe not the Dallases. Definitely the Mamu and the Aspiring Diva.
Definitely.
Gonna go ahead and Light Moonchild here in response to the enter effect of End of Night, so nothing is gonna get to resolve. And then we just pass.
Interesting that there was no contention over that.
I think it's fine.
I think there's Lorites in hand.
There's arguments to be heard about, like, the first Asuka is really just, the first contract is really just to get us on End of Night, so then Divine Lightning is not a concern anymore. So whether it gets, if it doesn't get canceled, great, you get value.
Lo does have quite a bit of cards in hand, so like the card draw from Dark Alice is not
really
necessary right now. It would have been nice, but
trying to find out the results of the other top four. Alejandro has advanced to finals.
Wow!
Congratulations there. First Lie Killua beat out the Gas Killua. So
yeah, Killua seems to struggle against flyers.
That's a fair point.
So like End of Night's beats is kind of
yeah. I mean, I think even like I said, just the Asuka does need to be tapped down. Let's make sure they get that.
Oh, flipped. Yeah.
Like the raw protection of being on End of Night for contracts is honestly massive. Huge right now. Like so.
Oh, yep. All right.
Getting a flip down pace. We're going for Predator contract. It looks like here. I mean, we've got so much will to interact that, like, he's only at 2,800 life. It's like, hey, you know what?
Just eat this, right?
Light Moonchild. Are we fighting over the Light Moonchild? Keenan says, yep, that's fine, which makes me think there's a bajillion activate abilities in that hand.
Yep. Oh, wow. It just says no problem. So
we're going in.
I think we're seeing the Lorite on the answer.
Doesn't target.
Yeah, I think that's what they're confirming now.
The hand is Quad-Garian. Lorite.
Lorite, number one.
Oh, no, it resolved.
Wow.
Just gonna swing in for 10. Metal Lifeform Dragon doesn't feel bad
mastery?
Here. No, he's just going in for 10.
Oh.
10 with Pierce. Get him down to 18, Metal Lifeform Dragon, kill him. I mean, it doesn't feel bad.
Yeah, if he has it, he has it.
What else is left? Just this. This is top four, so.
So Alejandro and then whoever wins this one.
Yep.
Lumia.
He's gonna take the 1,000 and then try to Lumia, but he can't do anything to stop it, so he's just gonna gate it all back, go back up to 3K.
Wow, huge.
I don't understand why we went in for Predator contract there.
Hand must be bricked.
Yeah, so we might as well just like shove it in.
Yeah. Force the issue, as it were.
What was top 8? Who was top 8?
There was a post, right?
There was a post. There's 4 Killuas with 3 different versions of Killua, really.
4 Killuas.
Yeah. 4 Killuas.
Yeah.
Which were 3 different versions.
Which were 3, okay.
And then 2 Eins, Aristella 1.0,
the burial
and Asuka.
come down. Put the Grand Leon into the bottom of the deck.
Get that out of there. Although once Predator's flipped, it's kind of like
hard. Yeah,
it's kind of hard to get it beyond there.
But I don't want to think about it. Get out of here.
Yeah, one less thing for me to worry about. Swinging with that Lorite. You swing for 1.
Gas.
You take it.
40
40 turns later. Let's go.
That very weak old man Professor Punch.
Looks like we are in overtime.
See a Phantasmal
I believe.
Come down. Yeah, so if you're low, you try to just chill for 10 minutes.
I mean, I think you also just try to win. Like, win at 2-0 and just, like, lock it.
Yeah.
They're kind of the same strat.
Yeah.
At this point in time. Like, because he's up on Will and has the...
I think he's thinking about blocking with the Asuka.
I mean, the Predators, like, the Divine Lightnings are gone now, and it doesn't trade,
yeah.
so, like...
At the end of this turn, he doesn't flip the Asuka back over, let him know.
Yeah, I think they'll catch it here in a minute. I'll be like, I want to go contract again. There he goes. Immediately, yeah. It is actually recovered, yep, when you come back in from contracting.
Yep.
You are always recovered when coming back in from contracting.
Which is goofy, but okay.
Chivalry's Tears to target his own...
For the own...
Oh, well, it won't burn it, though. If you target your own stuff, it only gives it that when it dies, it comes back ability.
Yeah.
It doesn't actually target your... it doesn't burn the things that you own. The true irony.
So it says, yeah, that's fine. We're going to hit the Lumia, I guess. One less blocker I have to worry about. Sacks a Spirit Stone, draws a card. Didn't show us what it was, so...
Let's...
Yeah, Dodgy comes in here, gets the Dry Wing into yard.
Wow, and we got the Dodgy out of
Yeah.
it? Oh, goodness gracious. Yeah, I do think this is going to be...
I think this is it.
The Predator didn't get killed. We're pretty sick. If he has... Jeez Louise, why did with the speed?
Flicking at high speeds. God, double Lorite in
That's
hand.
true. That's quad Gary, by the way. In hand, we were talking about Garyans. That's quad Gary. Why not just play it? Pay 5,
Gary
slam the
doesn't feel
boy.
bad, yeah.
Pay 5, slam the boy. We are now officially at overtime. Rio has let us know.
I mean, you got to do something about this Predator, because you're just eating pierce damage here.
Correct. Let's see. I'm just trying to quad Predator or quad Gary and double Lorite and what was the last one? Lumia?
Mm-hmm.
We still have 2 will for interaction, 3 will for interaction.
I think that's enough.
If we just slam the Gary. We're going to see what we're going to draw into. It might still be worth just like slamming the Gary on this turn. Oh, he chumped. Oh, he chumped the Predator with the Dodgy.
That
Okay.
blocks the Phantasmal Lorite.
I mean, there's no world where any amount of burn damage, unless it's like a bunch of different Chivalry's Tears, makes it here, right? Because any kind of 1-drop burn or activate ability burn is just going to get stopped. Discarding to hand size.
Nothing before recovery.
Look at all that. I mean, now you have to slam Gary, right?
Like, just gonna
slam the Gary.
4 mana.
Slam the Gary, kill the Predator, so we're not taking pierce damage. Have the Lumia, moving on, let's go. Lock out the outs. Play that 5-drop boy. Come on. Yeah, he's thinking about it. That's not
Burial.
That's just not it. I just want to see this.
Come on.
We're just cheering for Gary over here. We got like Gary on shirts
I think it's
on.
absolutely the right play right here. It's a 15-15 body. Predator's like...
Yeah, you don't even like block the Predator or attack the Predator, right? You just like sit on it and be like, well, I've got a Gary in.
Yeah.
You can't block over it. You can't swing over it. Like, good to go.
So, turn 2.
Windmill slam Gary and turn after turn until they're dead.
Yeah, I agree. This is a very risky play because if the Gary had come down on turn 1 here, he would have gotten in for 15 and then could have gotten in for a potential another 15.
Yeah, I think we're trying to bank on this Lumia resolving, and I hate it.
Yeah, I don't like that play line.
Like, is the response to especially because there's Rogue Spectator in board,
right?
So it's like,
who knows? Maybe he has 2 Lumias.
There's the first Lumia coming down here. We have to filter to white. Oh, we're doing Wings of Light and Darkness.
Oh, awakening it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't hate that. In comes the Rogue Spectator. Now we're gonna fight over the Spectator. So we're gonna Gary on the Spectator.
Yep.
That's good. Lumia successfully does that. That's good. We heal up. That's good. We're back to 2,000.
Back at it.
Back at it again with the white-black bands.
Dang. Low. Back at it again with the white life gain.
Please windmill slam Garion. Oh no, I think that was last turns. So Keenan didn't kill him.
Well, no, Low gets 1 more turn.
Yeah, it doesn't matter, but he won game 1. So life totals don't matter in this one.
True.
This game is a draw, and then Low King wins.
Yeah.
101. So you slam the Garion.
You slam the Garion.
You slam double Garion.
Yeah,
we got 10 stones. We got 10 stones, double Garion for dominance.
That's dominance, yeah.
Yeah, just scoops it up. So our final.
Show the hand. Show the hand.
Look at this. Look at the triple, triple Garion.
God.
Double Lorite, number 13. Quad Gary at the end of that game.
Going to second.
Hey, yeah, for sure. And like not even like loop Asuka, just
Asuka.
Just like mid-range Asuka, good value stuff. So we got mid-range good Asuka Value Town versus like Stone Destruction Loop in the back pocket versus Killua that's just using Killua as a draw engine, but is a cool little first line mid-range deck, like mid-range late game deck. So we have 2 mid to late game decks that are not doing cheeky combo stuff outside of like this weird little back pocket thing they're sitting on. Adore it. Absolutely adorable. I love it. So that's super crazy.
Yeah, you have to show the hand and
laugh. Yeah, you've got to show the hand and laugh there. So finals let's talk about this real quick. In an environment where everyone was like, it's going to be Brad, and there's all these crazy combo stuff that's happening. 2 decks in finals are grindy, mid-range to late game value town tempo decks.
We love mid-range here.
And it's just like, that's what ended up at the end. Like mid-range to late game control.
I honestly thought that the mid-range that we were going to see was going to be Ainz.
Yeah, I did too.
Yeah.
I mean, I would argue that these decks are more like in the control environment, but they're certainly not combo, right?
Yeah.
I think what we've seen from Low King is just like value town stuff. And then Alejandro's deck is just like the same kind of like value mid-tempo kind of stuff.
Killua is a value engine.
Yeah, for sure, which is great.
Where she should sit, yeah.
Yeah, this is great. I was very happy with this being the finals. We're clearly going to take a little bit of a break. Low King's going to want a break, and Alejandro's going to want to take a break.
I think we have lunch.
And then we might have lunch, so we'll see. It'll be based on what Rio puts on the screen, so we'll go back for that. And then I also have to find out if we're going to like do a player interview with the winner or anything, or we might just like, because there's an award ceremony or everything, when we're done with finals, we might kind of just cut to the end of the stream. But we thank you all so much for watching. Hope you've been enjoying this match, and we will be back in just a little bit for finals, if it's after the lunch break or not. So we'll see you soon. So bye.
One more.
Hey, we
Hi.
are back, getting ready for finals here. Just getting things set up before we jump into the final round. Finals is going to be Kingwin Lo, who is second seed going into today. Yeah, met each other in the finals. The two value mid-grind
So we are
decks.
intimately familiar with both of these decks
we are
at
very,
this point.
very familiar at this point. Both players have had multiple appearances on stream, and now we're back. We're jumping right in. Alejandro looking like choosing to take the... Do you take coin? No, it looked like he chose to take the play. That makes a lot of sense because of the fact that you take the play here because we know that Lo King is playing the Eternal.
Yeah.
So again, this is not like Alejandro getting 2 turns. We before Eternal gets to be active, which makes a lot of sense. We can't just show the art and not say anything, Patrick. We can, and we have. Just want to let people know that there is going to be a little bit of a, obviously a break. We're going to have an award ceremony here at the event, and then there is going to be a presentation as part of this live stream. So when the finals is over, keep the live stream open because it'll come back around and you'll get a special presentation talking about some future news.
We'll just be gone.
We'll just be gone. We will have done our job.
We'll disappear from reality.
Fade into nothingness.
Yeah.
So
from reality.
So this is Alejandro's back-to-back appearance in finals at Worlds.
Yeah.
So congratulations for him for coming back. Grand Leon coming in here, just gonna go face. I think that makes a lot of sense. I think Alejandro just wants to go.
Yes.
In this matchup, the more time he gets,
the easier it is to kill off of a roam.
Yeah,
feels better
for sure. The advantage. I wonder if we'll see, like, if the Dark Alice draw sequences, we'll see Romer in response to Dark Alice's.
If he has it, I don't see that absolutely happens.
Yeah, I also think that's a little bit of a concern for Lo because his build is not as like loop combo heavy. So it's just like, if we're playing the value game, we'll get there for sure. Any idea when lists will be posted? Probably in the next few weeks.
We have no idea what the news is.
I legitimately haven't. That blurry image that you saw on the interval screen is as much as we have seen.
Yeah.
So
that was also shown to us just now.
Yeah. Yep. We'll rock it in. Lo King also saying, well, let's just go. Let's go ahead and get that Daji up here.
Get the dry wing.
Get the dry wing to the graveyard. You cancel this? I think you don't. Yeah, I think it's okay. You accept the 500 damage and we say we're moving on.
Yeah.
Also, what be the news? All we know is that there's going to be a presentation from the wonderful Rio, the host of this electronics equipment behind this stream.
Yes.
Because we're hosting the commentary, but the co-host of this show.
Yes, the secret shadow host.
Yeah. I wish there was a way for Rio to emote on the screen. To be
or
like, chime in. So, it's going to be good. I do think, strangely enough, all of our games have gone very long. I do think there's a very real opportunity where this could just be done. Yeah. Both players not wanting to go into the late game and just kind of finish things out might just be trying to rush down to the finals. That might be the wrong line, but
if we get there, we get there, right? I think there's a high possibility that there will be an ABC product soon.
I think so. I mean, those precons that we got to play with today are honestly great.
Yeah.
Oh, we also did notice one other thing here in that precon is that there were cards in the precon that used to say you may tap rest this instead of pay this card's cost from the old way. It is now updated to mastery across the board. So there's some cool things there. Just like little quality of life keyword management.
Just unifying rules text.
Yeah, it's very, very cool. I don't know if anyone's seen a Persephone in any of the ABC rules to see if Persephone's been updated to inheritance.
She would be.
Potentially.
Yeah.
We would think, but
it would be odd for her not.
I want to see Persephone first.
So Flash is in the Rogue Spectator to block something? Or is it
just to swing in? Yeah, this was an end of phase, end of turn Rogue Spectator just to flash in and then put in aggression. Dark Alice.
Alejandro is a very tall person.
Alejandro is also very tall.
Yeah.
No roamer in response to the Dark Alice. It's a little unfortunate.
Yeah. I don't think you do.
But if we tap out Lo King, there's a world where if we just tap out. Right now, tap Lo King Man out, triple roamer, first slide, let's go. It doesn't. I don't have enough will for that, but I'm just saying.
You could. Just do it on your turn.
Yeah, before recovery, triple roamer
Yeah.
the first time. I think that is going to be when this card comes down is going to be the biggest question of this
I think there
matchup.
is a roamer in hand.
There's at least one. Thinking about whether or not we respond to just bouncing out the block with the Rogue Spectator versus the Dark Alice. I think you just let him bounce off.
Yeah.
Any kind of spot removal, I would say, is probably best to be used right now in response to Daji. Because
Yes.
Daji has to successfly kill the thing that she's targeting in order to draw.
Yep.
So if you save it in response to the Daji effect, you get a lot more value off of it. As opposed to just prevent, doing 4 damage. Passing the turn, we're going to go ahead and see a 3 Beast Warriors.
Seems good. Crash the Eternal.
Get that off the board. Look, I don't play additions. You do. I'd like this 9/9, please.
Yeah. Quick cast 2. Feels good.
Yeah, quick cast 9/9. Only cost me 2. What did we talk about going into this?
Now that's a good ABC card.
Cost reduction,
Yeah.
is what we're looking for here in a field of Brads. This is really good against Falchion as well. I was talking with Alejandro about it. Because they're just playing the Brad cancel, but it's a 3-cost card.
I think it just feels good against any Cocoon ruler.
I agree.
Yeah.
This card is phenomenal. Really capitalizing on the meta environment with this build.
Yeah, they're definitely figuring out if they want to fight over this.
Just gonna let the draw discard resolve. Try to going into the tank, trying to see if we can find anything else. This is at end of turn for Loping, so there's a world where if the more resources we make him burn, the better it is
It makes
for us to set up
Alejandro's
for the
turn
first
easier.
lie.
Yeah.
Yep. Don't see first lie in hand though. I do see the roamer, I believe. Double Killua.
Can you pull up Roamer again? I just want to make sure the art.
Can.
Because I think his are full art, so.
Yeah, that would make a lot of
Okay.
sense.
I mean, it's a normal, so.
Technically the hardest card to pull
Yeah.
with Force Will.
Very, very rare.
Full art normal. A specific full art normal.
Yeah.
Still, are we fighting over the cast of this or the enter of this is my question. Phantasmal. I don't like this at all.
No.
Feels like we're just trying to dig, hopefully, to see a 4C. That is not what we wanted.
Upside down Amadeus Stone, very powerful.
Well, the idea of I think the idea is 4C here. Hopefully, it becomes like
You get a little bit more confirmation to safely
before you sack the Spirit Stone.
Yep.
Oh, and also
Anti-magic.
Anti-magic gets there too. Is there a conflict in hand? I don't think Alejandro's playing conflict. No, he is. He's playing 3. I could see a conflict happen here, but I also think it's kind of done its job. We've burned quite a few resources, including one of the 2 Phantasmals.
And we also made him dig.
Yeah, and it's one of the 2 Phantasmals. So, Grand Leon to go face, still at the end of Lo Kinglin's turn. Gets it, goes down to 28. Yeah, I think Alejandro is saying, I don't want this game to go long. We're just going to get every bit of chip damage we can.
2 will up, and then he had to dig for another anti-magic. You feel pretty comfortable extending into your, hey, I'm going to push for game here.
Yeah, absolutely. We should have lost the Amadeus Crystal, right? Or was it during that end sequence?
I think it was during the end sequence, so the Amadeus Crystal would be there.
It'll last until the end of this turn, which saves the same purpose.
Yeah.
Because it was Amadeus, it serves the same purpose. Let's see here. Just gonna go ahead and pass. We're gonna lose the stone. Seeing if we have a response to the stone. It might be a Dark Alice here in response. Question. I know that you just started drinking. Question. In response to this Dark Alice, because we know he's going to stack a stone, do we drop a roamer?
Yeah.
Just to get that 800 in. Says no. That's fine. It's down to only 1 will here. You also do like Metal Lifeform Dragon in this environment.
Yeah,
for this
for
hand,
sure.
he's drawing a bunch of cards, so there is a world where we go, well, before recovery, let's go ahead and just Metal Lifeform Dragon you. However, if there's a tap out here, he does have coin and Eternal at that point. there's still quite a bit of will. If we're still in Lokengun's turn, when okay, I think there would be a world where we go Metal Lifeform Dragon to tap down the Eternal, and then after draw before recovery.
Yeah.
Metal Lifeform Dragon, get the most amount of damage in for it, and tap down the Eternal. Tapping down the Spirit Stone.
Knowledge Stone
to try to. I think I would go for the Eternal, but Metal Lifeform Dragon is going to hit for a lot. We see a Lorite.
Lorite's it. Seems fine.
You White Moonchild in response, I believe.
Yes.
This turn, and then you fight over it.
This is game 1.
This is game 1. So after draw before recovery, while he still has the most cards in hand, we're gonna Metal Lifeform Dragon. This is one of the reasons why I think I would rather go for the Eternal.
Yeah.
But also the stone is like permanent will, as opposed to only for chance. Second, Lorite.
Lorite's a Gary.
I think you just White Child here, right? Just
Right.
like a pure safe.
Yeah.
Yeah, double checking. He only has Eternal. He can't Lorite the White Child at this point, but also there's no pressure coming down from Lokengun on this turn. Yep, there's the Light Moon Child. That's the turn to hit it. Now, can we fight over this Lorite? That resolves, and we have
That's
the second
other Garian
to stop it. Oof. A lot of value taken there for Alejandro. Gonna be some pretty significant damage.
Yeah, so that life form still resolves.
And the stone is gonna be just gone for
Yep.
this turn. So going in still only gonna have 4. Made him burn coin. Like,
Eternal's still there.
yep. 4 will, but also Eternal can only be used for chance.
True.
Right? So that's not as
I think we see a contract here.
he can, he's under Light Child.
Oh right, that was before recovery.
Exactly. That's why I'm saying like the Light Child there makes a whole bunch of sense.
We call stone pass.
If we're gonna tap out, but Osaka's also tapped out, like
Yeah.
I want another turn, please. Like Light Moon Child. And Alejandro doesn't care about these little chumps, which is also why I'm wondering why Lokengun is even. I mean, he has the 1 Dark Alice to be able to block, but I still feel like I would.
I think he also wants them in the grave. So it's either he gets in for 4 damage total, or he gets them back into the grave.
That's fair. We are at a point though where single roamer first light. We're 400 damage short.
400 short.
Of
Yeah.
single roamer first light being lethal.
Which with 5 mana is not a problem. You see a Grand Leon here. You see another Metal Lifeform Dragon here.
Yeah, for sure.
You see a Tears.
Chivalry's Tears is also very much in the deck. Although there is Wind Moon Child, but you probably just pay into it.
Oh yeah, you pay for that one. Yeah. I think there's a Garian in there in Lokengun's hand.
Doesn't stop anything that we're trying to do with Alejandro. 2 costs.
Yeah, true.
Two costs and
costs,
activates. We're gonna go ahead and just remove some ice counters and draw a card. So we're gonna try to draw 2 cards here. Pay 1, draw 2. Pot of Greed.
Anti-magic. We take those. That's fine.
Does cost him. How did he pay? Oh yeah, okay.
We just have the Spirit Stone.
Spirit Stone.
Yeah.
I think you let that resolve, no problem. And pass turn. Watch him have double roamer first light right now. And he's just waiting for Lokengun to try to do something against him. Dark Alice.
Dark Alice.
Drop roamer first line now and just say, take it? Nope, okay. That's what I'm wondering. It's just like,
Sack the Dallas.
and then
I think he's trying to decide what he wants to sack. For
discard
the
or sack. Just
Yeah.
discards contracts.
Nah.
Okay, we don't have anything there. Move to recovery. Let's see.
Scries?
How many cards in Lokengun's hand? I mean, a lot, because we've used the Dallas. But it does open us up to,
It makes a Metal Lifeform a lot more scary.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, Burial.
Asuka in Asia hits differently as ABB is not banned. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. No, the stone would be recovered because he did it after draw before recovery echo, so the skipped recovery has already happened.
Yeah.
Yep. Good question. Let's see. Diva? We're just
digging? But what are you digging for? Another contract?
It's gotta be contract, I imagine.
He still needs a Mamu.
It's double Sacred Burial and the thing is, Low Kingwin can't just tap out though.
Yeah.
We can't just banish this Diva immediately and use it with Eternal to play the Sacred Burial and get up to, we'll be at 7. We're at 6 stones, go to 7.
I think that's what we're seeing here.
Oh, why not use the Eternal Will at that point in time?
I think it was a save for contract.
Why?
Listen, the tank is a very
deep place.
Yeah.
Because Eternal can only be used for chance. So my thought is like the stone can be used for whatever.
True.
So use the Eternal now. Might be trying to get for stone hate loop.
Yeah. Ooh, yeah. Maybe.
We have not seen him pull
We haven't seen the discussion
pocket.
of the GOG.
Yeah, we have not seen the back pocket stone hate loop.
Man, planting beans, where you at? Might just need to type in Magog, yeah.
The explosion of Magog. Apologies. End of turn. See another Metal Lifeform Dragon to try to tap down the Alice. That's gonna do 800. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Take him down to 12. That's Roamer range, baby. That's a Roamer
that's
first
very,
live.
That's very.
That's Roamer first live.
Single
range.
Roamer
yeah,
first
single
live.
Roamer first live range, baby. Metal Lifeform Dragon has been so good.
Yeah, been a big MVP of the event.
Been a lot of really cool clutch like tech cards and like tech ideas in this event. It has truly, who has just really not performed this event at all has been Brad.
Yeah, I think everyone realized that Brad was so good, but there's like ways to get around Brad, so people pivoted to the ways to get around Brad.
You gotta love it.
That's when you know when a card's like a little too good, that everyone goes, oh, we need to adjust for this, and then everyone saw that it was good.
Yeah, but in the other hands of in previous environments for Force of Will, we saw oh, that card's so good, we need to answer it, but then nothing could answer it.
Right.
So this is still just
the
meta does go in cycles. Rogues were pitching cards just to try to take less damage.
It's important. Both of these decks can really kind of explode damage.
If he has, he's down to 14, so single Roamer in upkeep first lie is lethal.
Inferno.
We're gonna Inferno this board so fast, you have no idea. This board is Inferno gone. Just to say, I don't want to deal with it and get it out of here. Because the other thing is, if it's
that's the scry.
Well, that's the scry. No, we're not gonna Inferno this board immediately. We're definitely gonna get rid of it. Does he have first lie? And
gotta read the cards.
Going into the tank.
Sploosh.
Just gonna pass.
Passes.
Goes to draw. Doesn't have burn.
Sorry, Rustin. No Inferno. Chip to bottom.
You don't know what the Inferno card is? Happy to pull it up for you. It'd be really good to just clear that board state. Oh, after draw before recovery, we're just trying to get our lethal here. Keep stuff down because the Dark Alice already isn't going to recover.
Right. Just confirming where God's Arts are at.
Yeah. This is what I mean about I wish we had saved the Eternal Will. We just used the Eternal Will for the Sacred Burial. Because now we only have 2 activate ability will available. So all of the stuff in our hand is Lorite, which you would need for a Lifeform Dragon. You don't have as much available. It do look like we have a Conflict and a Shell Resist Tears in hand. I think we're just trying to kill. The problem here is that Dragon says to your opponent, right? So it doesn't matter about barrier. I know this because Dragon has popped walls in the past. We're good at Light Child. That does nothing. But we're going to try to Light Child to give ourselves barrier.
I don't hate that.
Conflict, just pay into it. That's our one spell for the turn. Ferris spell to cancel the conflict. It all goes through.
Garion.
There was no Gary there. The Dark Alice is still tapped, so it can't swing. No, Dark Alice should still be tapped, I believe, because it's under Dragon. Unless he did it another different time.
Yeah, not having table audio makes this a little bit awkward.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah,
Alejandro caught it.
Yeah.
Good. They caught it.
We were right.
Hey! We know what we're doing sometimes.
No.
Okay.
Don't lie.
That's fair. That's the first lie.
Yeah.
Is that we don't know what we're doing. The second lie is the spell.
Mm-hmm.
We should rename it. That would be our promo. We got a promo of ourselves.
No, we would be the rogue spectators.
Yeah, that's true. We would be the rogue spectators. Going for contract. Currently under White Child, and we've played a spell. Oof. Oofta. Got a million things that we can mill off the top here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Still did not see a Mamu at all?
That's unfortunate.
Are you serious? There's not a single Mamu in that yard?
That's a brick.
That can't be right. That we haven't seen a single Mamu. Phantasmal. I mean, you could reanimate so much stuff here. Oh, there is a Mamu in the yard.
Okay.
Okay. We do have Wind Moon Child to cancel the Mamu from the yard.
These are true.
Okay, I'm going with one card in hand. Alejandro's last card in hand, I believe, is he's got Chivalries and something else. Drywing's going to try to recover all of his stones. The problem is, unless that last card is Lorite, only one Mamu means this turn ends?
Yeah, if the Mamu... Yeah, because you just Wind Child the Mamu. So unless he
We're going to dig a bunch of cards here.
Yeah, so unless he has an answer in the one card.
I would like the hand to be exactly Roamer plus...
Yeah, Roamer just does it here.
Well, this is the sequence of events. Checking the graveyard, seeing what's in there. I'm gonna check how many Lorites we've burned through. Healing Robot, 1 Lorite. 2 Lorite, 3 Lorite, 4. That's all 4.
Yeah.
Wind Moon Child Resolve stopping this. I think you Wind Moon Child the Mamu, 100%. There's not a lot of great targets in Grave. We do know there's a contract. We can start to get towards the contract loop.
Yeah, but if you hit the Mamu, that stops the loop.
Because he doesn't, unless the exact card in hand is second contract with only one in hand. Yeah,
or another Mamu.
The Mamu. Mamu is successfully stopped. Right. We do get to draw. Phantasmal gets to... Oh, whoa. In response... Floating green black. Why are we...
Because he's thinking he's going to loop here.
Oh, so he wants to have the will available for if there's the destruction of Magog.
Which seems odd. I would just float the will in response to the target.
Yeah, I don't know. That's interesting. No roamer, ref.
Yeah.
So we had double roamer, but I know one of the cards is Chivalries.
It's a Drywing to recover all stones. Floats a lot of mana.
Let's see. One blue.
I think you produce one of each color, then probably just dump green.
One of each color.
Yeah.
2 green, 1
red.
1 black,
maybe
1 blue. It's 5,
so 8 total mana is being
nothing
flooded.
light. So we got 1 red.
I think we're done with Dark Alice's.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. We don't have any additions in graveyard. But 1, 2, 3, 1.
Sorry.
Let's see here. Let's go ahead and pull up Explosion of Magog.
It does a lot. It has a lot of text on it.
It's got a lot of awakenings.
It's very much like Prismatic Flame.
We can just awaken it 5 times and do some pretty crazy things.
Does it have a green awakening?
No, sorry, the base cost is green, so we pay 4 into it. 1, 2.
Notably, that is still a 1 cost.
You're not wrong. We're buying back contracts.
Watch this just be a conflict.
He's already used this 1 spell per turn.
Oh.
Yeah, the last card in hand I think for Alejandro at this point is we're gonna mill 9 cards. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh crap.
No deck.
So if Local doesn't win this turn, which I imagine you do.
Yeah, unless Alejandro has something.
Alejandro would need exactly Garion,
Or Persephone.
Mamu, Drywing, Garion, and then just he said just swing with the Garion for the lethal.
Wow.
And then buy back the contracts.
Yeah.
'Cause he can kill the Garion and then buy back the contract. Wow. So interesting. Not how I expected that game to go. Going into game 2. Let's talk about sideboards.
Oh yeah, this is gonna be a heck of a discussion.
Falling into the cracks of time, 1,000,000%. Ray Asnable, 1,500,000%. Divine Lightning, the fourth Divine.
I don't think the Divine Lightning really matters.
I might be willing to bring it in, but there is the Wind Child, so maybe not is the thing that I want to go for.
Maybe more Infernos?
I don't think the Infernos.
I think the Falling's kind of.
Falling's in the crack of time for sure. Persephone's for sure. Ray Asnable's for sure. No, I don't think you need the Megiddos.
Yeah, Persephone's Rays.
Witch of Quenched Fires definitely come in for Loquing. It's the same thing before. Like Witch of Quenched Fires.
Which we haven't ever
Ferris
seen anyone
Spell.
cast one yet.
Yeah, that's true. Ferris Spell. Garion Lumia.
Yeah, probably.
I mean, it's a very similar board out plan to what Loki dealt with in
the more
round 2.
Loki's insight might not be terrible.
Yeah.
Doesn't hit the roamer, but hits first line.
It's true.
Yeah, consulting each other's deck list.
Yeah. Yeah, that's one way to stop Roamer is just kill them.
Yeah, tends to, if you can reduce your opponent to 0 life, tends to just stop whatever you're doing.
I've heard this.
Rules process.
Yeah, I definitely think it's a winnable matchup. I think Loking did play that game really well, and unfortunately we just didn't see the will to be able to close it for Alejandro. I mean, keep in mind these players do have 90 minutes.
Yes.
For this round. We've only been about 30 minutes.
Yeah, shocking no one, but the White Moon Child was key to these. I think that's how a lot of these matches end up coming.
Yeah, it's like, when do you pull the trigger?
Yeah.
And I think there's an argument to be made where maybe we didn't fight so hard as Alejandro on that turn where we tapped out and then use White Child as a protection method proactively.
Yeah. I see the play line. It didn't work out, but I think at the time, like, that was a good option to take.
Yeah. Sometimes you just gotta...
Yes, they are looking at each other's lists. Since lists were posted the day before, the deck lists are provided for every person.
They get 3 minutes to sideboard and can look at their opponent's decks while they're sideboarding. It's best of 3. So we'll have to see... Verifying, making sure that we have 15 in the board.
Very important.
14 in the board plus the Rogue Spectator, 2 plus 9.
Although technically the Rogue Spectator needs to be in the sideboard.
You're not wrong, but most players just shortcut and show that they have the Rogue Spectator.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the floor rules in Forceful have always allowed you to get a copy of the deck list for top 8.
It's regional, it's TO.
Yeah.
Organizational.
I think all of the US ones that I've seen in Worlds has been like that.
Yes. That is true. Some of the other regions do not do this.
That rack shuffle.
Yep.
Painful.
Look at those fancy stones. Shuffle them.
They were posted.
I don't know if they've been posted yet. I think that might be the thing.
I think people
different.
have posted them.
I don't know who would have.
You have photos of them.
Yeah, I was given them by the head judge directly. I think that is the one difference, actually. TOs might post the lists before. I think everyone does look at top lists while you're boarding.
Yeah.
I think US are the only ones who post the top 8 list from the night before. But that might also be incorrect. Regardless, they get to see lists.
And everyone was on stream, so they could just go watch.
And get a lot of information out of that, too, for sure. So the loop there with Mamu and Gary, and just to explain it, is contract revives Mamu plus Drywing plus Garion, which floats all your will and gets you a contract back.
Yep.
And then Garion swings in, and then you contract and kill your own Garion and Mamu and Drywing and reanimate them again.
Absolutely.
And just do that ad infinitum and beat them to death with a Garion.
Slam face.
Once again, putting Loking on the draw so that he gets access to 2 turns before Loking gets access to Eternal. I'm surprised we didn't see Rogue Spectator immediately get thrown in there. Kiloi to draw. Might be going for Predator Contract in this build, just to like close the game out.
Could be, yeah.
Could just be saying, you know what, it's time to rush you down a little bit more. Let's put a.
And I think Loking's trying to realize that, because you don't get to remove counters and draw. Call Stone Pass. Classic. Yeah, I don't think the Lucifer is needed. Not in this particular list.
Yeah, for sure.
I think including 1 would be safe. Having more options.
Because you're already in the villain package,
Yeah.
there's something to be said there, because it also discards your opponent's cards. So,
I'm always in favor of having more tools.
once again, we're playing during the end of Lokingwen's turn. We're going to go ahead and play the Rogue Spectator, as we're going to go into the Kiloi to draw, making sure that the draw from removing the ice counters is also good. 3 Moonshades. We're going to go in for 4.
Luckily, his Moon Children's kind of help.
We did sideboard into Darkness Moonchild, which I think is interesting. Oh, Alejandro is trying to kill him now. That is
bold,
crazy to me.
I think that's the move here, because a lot of this is like, if you let the Asuka deck get further along, it gets harder to kill.
Yeah, I just don't know what we're doing with this Light Moonchild in response to this Dark Alice that provides us with lethal.
Digging for answers?
No, like, why would we Light Moonchild in response to the Dark Alice? It's Alejandro. Like, what's in the hand that makes us feel that comfortable?
I don't know. Maybe he does just have lethal and he needs to seal it.
I don't know.
Because, okay, so here's the reasoning, right?
He has double Grand Leon in contract. The problem is he doesn't have the will to be able to play through the Wind Moonchild for double Legarrette. And he also has to burn 3 ice counters.
Yeah.
So, like, it'd have to be 3 ways to remove ice counters plus contract, but Wind Moonchild would stop the contract.
Very true.
I'm just trying to telekinetically.
Low starts with
connect.
Eternal on the field because Asuka has Homeland Cocoon, and Eternal is a Cocoon.
That is true. Megiddo. Now that the Light Moonchild is resolved. Tell me more, Alejandro.
Can you ask what the judge what they were debating over?
I can. I'm not gonna, we're just gonna walk through it. We're gonna not interrupt. I think at this point in time.
Alejandro wants to remove the Light Moon from Asuka's for later interaction. Yeah. I mean, that's obvious. It seems like odd timing. You know, he definitely has 3 counters on that, on Kilo right
Okay,
now.
so the Light Moonchild has been burned. The Megiddo comes in response. The Dark Alice dodges the removal. The Dark Alice enter effect is on the chase. The Light Moonchild will now resolve. The Dark Alice now resolves. We draw 2, discard 1. Or draw 2, discard.
Mm-hmm.
Megiddo can seal the game. Loki's Insight. Reveal a hand of activate abilities, please.
Yeah.
That's first slide. Well, that's going. Chivalry,
falling. Ooh. Why is he pushing so hard then?
Yeah, I disagree with pushing that hard right there. That feels like over a Dark Alice. I mean, you do have the Ray Asnimal to be able to stop the enter effect at the end of night, right?
Mm-hmm.
And at this point in time,
no Eternal going into this turn with 3.
remove an ice counter to draw and burn it. I just don't. That feels like.
It feels like a very wrong way to play this.
Alejandro knows more.
Hey, if Alejandro wins, we're wrong.
I accept
Yep.
it. Sacking the Eternal to the Dark Alice because it's already tapped
I think
out.
This is the turn.
Yeah. It was going to be tapped anyway because we already used it for the Insight.
Mm-hmm.
Tails takes 4 from the Rogue Spectator. Goes down to 36.
Let's pull Megiddo on screen.
Yeah.
Maybe, yeah, I don't know.
I just wonder.
It seemed like the Megiddo was supposed to be the big swing play, but maybe I'm not. It is great value, but I'm not seeing it right now. I don't think it was worth extending that far into that turn.
Especially keeping in mind, we do not have access to Wind Moonchild at this point in time. Our interaction for the contract at this point in time is exclusively one of these Asnivals.
I guess that is also a good point that Alejandro may have been trying to bait out his own white child against him.
That's possible.
Scries whatever that was to the bottom. This man's deep in the tank right now. I think contract might be coming down here.
So the problem is here with 2 will, we have to have an out to, if it's contract.
So it is contract.
It has to be an out to. If there's no falling into the cracks of time out, that's a light curtain. Was he playing light curtain? No, that can't be light curtain. It's the second Megiddo that he drew off the Asnable. That doesn't help us here. If there's no out to falling into the cracks of time, you can't contract loop here. That's safe.
Sure.
The fact that that we didn't hit any phantasmals.
This is game 2. Loking has game 1.
Yes, we're going for a falling into the cracks.
Which seems like the right call.
What did he target?
I think it's just in response to
the enter effect does target the things.
It does target, yeah.
So we had to have put the spells on the chase. Or targeted the things that he wanted to reanimate.
Yeah.
Carry on to stop it. Is there a phantasmal?
No, I don't think there's a phantasmal in the yard.
Rogue spectator.
What's his own rogue?
Just to stop life gain for some reason. But now we don't have any will to be able to recontract this turn.
Gets to go.
Is that it? Is that what we were trying to do? I mean, the rogue so he's gonna sack the rogue spectator. The Ray Asnable's safe.
Yes.
At that point, right?
Yeah. Which,
like, you just play it.
Yeah.
You play the Ray Asnable so that no enter effects happen at all. And then the Asuka
what
deck
do you do?
just
Yeah.
stumbles? Because there's no spot removal.
Does Megiddo deal blanket? Or the explosion of a Magog deal like blanket damage?
I don't think so. If not, it's certainly not more than 9, or 9 or more. Target 600 damage
to each.
But he only has
so
one.
He could try to.
He'd have to resolve it twice.
Yeah, he'd have to resolve it twice, but with no enter.
With no enter effects. Is that the play? Like we were just like willing to kind of go in the tank, take the hit here, and then go into just hard slamming a Ray Asnable.
Kind of
Inferno feels bad. You don't like have that. I'm just trying to look into this build for looking at if there's any outs other than like play Gary and kill the Ray, but that we are protected from that with Darkness Moonchild.
Yep. And we're pretty far from being able to cast the Gray.
There's nothing in here, at least mainboarded. Sideboard, there's Hellfires.
Hellfire does get rid of her barrier.
But I don't did we... Sorry, didn't mean to pull up Aristella here, just chiming in. She's like, hey, you guys talking about me? No, we're talking about Hellfire. Play the Ray Asnable makes a lot of sense here. The only out I can see in Lokring's deck is exclusively Hellfire. Or playing a Garion for 5.
Which, that's not happening anytime soon. Like, I guarantee you this man's not going to tap out to play a Garion.
No, not against a burn deck.
No, definitely not.
And especially not against a Darkness Moonchild.
So, I mean, there are 2 Hellfires in the board.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is like, there's a world where we have those Hellfires.
You have both of them, though, and you have to resolve both of them.
No, Hellfire does 1,000
It does
damage.
1,000? Okay, never mind. I'm just dumb. It's fine.
Diva doesn't do anything.
It does
Alejandro
well.
forgot his own enter. He's like, oh, before you do a thing. He's like, oh wait, your own Reasonable stops me from getting Diva.
Yeah. Also, yeah, Garion for 5 is hard to stop by Megiddo.
Yeah, because you just
it can't attack, yeah.
and then make it not being able to attack. Yep. There's a lot of outs here. We're building a wall. Brick by
But
brick.
Jeremy, they banned Law. Or Wall.
They also banned Law.
Yeah.
Banned both.
Dance of Spirits, where is it?
Hey, Inferno. I don't hate the we're starting to get to having too many things.
I mean, yeah, you cast the Inferno and you just pitched Dark Alice.
Yeah, at this point in time.
Like, who cares? That's fine.
You only pitch 1 Dark Alice at this point, because Inferno doesn't care about J rulers.
Oh, true. Yeah.
So that card's just gonna go straight to bottom. Unless we're wanting to let Loking hit us, and then just like, cool, now that we're both low, or now that I'm low,
Why don't we play Prisoner's Dilemma?
Yeah, why don't we play the Prisoner's Dilemma?
I named 0.
I will also name crap.
Hey, look, we both get 3 cards.
We're swinging in for 9 with this Asnimal?
That seems fine.
Gets a body off the board, I suppose. But then the Asuka could just attack. Second Megiddo! That'll do it. Now we're going to start drawing a lot of cards every turn. And we're going to be able to get to contracts very
happening.
easily.
Yep.
Another Loki's Insight. Lumia, which doesn't do anything, and double Lorite. So it looks like not a great grip under a Ray Asnimal.
No.
I guess swinging with the Ray makes sense because we could protect it with the Megiddos.
Also, yeah, just play a second Ray.
No, Hellfire hits everything that has a turtle and barrier.
Yeah.
So if
After the first Ray dies, just play
you're
another
sure?
one.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. But
Here's why Alejandro did not use Megiddo to shoot the end of night to draw a card the previous turn. Because he wants to have those activations up. Because part of the cost is remove an ice counter, right?
he did the previous turn. He just didn't. He just took. It wouldn't have shot. I think he's again because he knows he has the Inferno, right? So
Yeah.
This idea. Of
no,
like,
no. I'm saying
if
the
he's taking a little
reason
bit-
why he didn't use the Megiddos is because he wants to have the activations of Megiddo on deck.
Yeah, I would agree.
Yeah. He doesn't want to do those because they cost a
Loki's
resource.
insight in response to the Megiddo. You're gonna see a Chivalry's Tears.
Now that's
Paying 2 for it.
does that go into face?
Kind of. We don't have a lot of cards left in hand for Alejandro. We're gonna be able to draw a bunch more cards though with
Yeah.
Alejandro. It is going face. It does look like taking him down to 28. Witch of Quenched Fires.
Not the promo, unfortunately.
This is really good against the Megiddo though.
Yes.
Fire chance or abilities. Darkest Moonchild's gonna come down and just pop that.
Man, I love Robe of the Fire Rat.
Yeah, so we're getting rid of that immediately. And that's probably why the Darkest Moonchild came in.
Yeah.
Was just like to get that off the board. So at this point in time, the hand for Low Pigment is Lumia, which can't draw him a card, a Lorite, which can't cancel anything, and a Lorite, which can't cancel anything.
Yep.
So,
Oof.
finding his way back. Find out what time on round is.
Enough.
Oh, for sure. We're
Yeah.
certainly going to be able to see a game 3 easily.
So it looks like the Tears is going to resolve. Then we
Burns
go
him for
Loki's
8,
Insight.
and none of it
Nothing.
is quick cast.
Oof.
Grand Leon,
Garion,
and then this Megiddo's going to resolve, burn the board, and then we're going to crack him for 9.
Yep.
And the end of night is still up. 41-40 to go. Well played from Alejandro here.
Great sequence.
And we're going to be able to replenish the hand. Low King Wen's hand is dead.
Mm-hmm.
dead for sure. Too fast.
Too fast.
Takes
Slow down.
a little bit more time underneath that camera.
A
please.
tale of two bricks. No, there's Alejandro is not bricked.
Not this game. The first game,
Yeah.
he was just like a little short.
Yeah.
Is that a third Lorite? We're just gonna swing in for 7. I think that's fine.
Sure.
In a race, I will beat you.
Yeah.
Because I can stop you from attacking if I need to. And then just a pass, draw. Save both of the ice counter activations at this point. You have a full grip of cards. Is there a world where you play second? Oh, that. Oh. Well, we can draw that whenever we want. Do we have a roamer too? And just like, I'm just like, okay. I gotta think.
Can I do the thing?
Can I do the thing? Yeah. Yeah, game 1 was certainly a brick for Alejandro. Swinging for 9.
One.
We're gonna
flash in the Lorite to block.
You gotta get the block.
I think you just pop it.
I don't think. Yeah, it draws you a card.
Yeah.
Card's great. For a while, I was playing Bastet in my Kilo lists to be able to recycle the Megiddos. It's very fun. Takes him down to 1,000. That is not a comfy place to be.
Ooh. Is there a world where we just cast the Grand Leon?
There's a dragon in hand. So that's enough burn damage in hand easily to kill.
Yeah.
Because we have Grand Leon plus dragon.
That's
The
it.
problem is if he can vomit out his whole hand in response, it feels a little bad, but it's probably okay.
So what is it? 2 Lorites?
At this point in time, 2 Lorites, or a Lorite, something, and a Lumia. And now it's
You can
now it's a
vomit all of
Lorite.
those.
Now it's a Lorite and 2 somethings and a Lumia.
Yeah. Yeah, we're gonna try to
Dreaded dragon. We're gonna keep the thing tapped down as much as we can. Metal Life Foam Dragon, which have quenched fires. Oof, that's a nice little top deck. I think you respond with the Grand Leon, right? Because you're still going to successfully tap it down.
You respond with the Garion.
Oh, that's true. He does have the Gary, so the Gary just, is going to get that off the board, say no. It's going to take 600 damage at current, which is then just Grand Leon range for 4. Dump your whole hand though, and then it's like, well, everything's known.
I think you do have to dump your hand.
Yeah, and then the Asuka. The problem is the Asuka's then just like tapped anyway.
Sure.
So it's like you're just dead. Because none of the stuff.
But there's nothing else that you can do.
Yeah, you just to survive. Play a Lorite to get it out of hands.
Look at that smile on Alejandro.
Accept the 400 damage.
And then, yep.
Goes down to 6.
When we return back to your recovery, let him recover.
Yeah, I think that's fine.
Would you not just Grand Leon?
No, I think the out here, fairer spell plus that. Yeah, so Low Kingman is dead on board. This is, I'd scoop it up and save yourself some time. Yeah, for sure. Because you don't go for the burn because on the off chance that it's a Persephone or something. Oh no, it's
an activated
it's an activated ability. Yeah, you just kill him.
Yeah,
you're not wrong.
You can't Lorite it.
You just kill him. Yeah, that's a fair point. Taking it to a game 3. What a way! Man. It's Worlds. Let's go to game 3. I think it's about 35 minutes left on round, which is more than enough time.
That's a full game.
That's a full game.
Yep. And then there's no time limit, right?
There is a time limit.
There still is a time limit?
I think 90 minutes still has the same.
The 10 minute.
10 minutes after. $90 minutes and 10 minutes overtime. Yep. 37 minutes and 20 seconds.
And it looks like there is some sideboarding.
Yeah, I think a couple changes. Not too much, I would imagine, but maybe some.
Reveals the rogue spectator. Very important. Yeah, I mean, if this does technically go to time, it'd be non-existent. It would be like they'd be wrapping it up.
Yeah, I agree. Or if it does go into sudden death, I think Alejandro's favored.
Yeah.
Just vomit all
Here's
over.
here's a Grand Leon.
I'd tell you what, if this entire match ends with Lo Kuang Wen putting 5 1-drops on the chase, and or like the enter effects targeting 5 1-drops, you just go in response contract. Reanimated Grand Leon.
Yep.
That resolves.
Is that a Derek in the background? I didn't see.
Probably.
He's probably wandering around.
Keep in mind though, once this is all over, you do want to stick around to get the cool announcement that's
There's
coming.
some sort of mystery news that we don't know.
Yeah, they look like they're having fun. I think both players are having a good time. I think all of the players this weekend have had a good time.
I unfortunately haven't had the chance to talk to Loking, but I've talked to Alejandro a lot. He is such a pleasant human being to talk to.
Yeah. Rocking the Seven Kings shirt. Also, they have the Just Foul TCG podcast if you can break through the language barrier.
Yeah.
I cannot. But Alejandro is still a wonderful person to talk to. The other match just finished. The winner of third, fourth. So we'll see.
Are we gonna reveal that?
It's a Killua mirror. So, right?
So Killua won.
Yeah, so a Killua won. Just don't know if it was.
Top 8 gets invited back for next year.
Yes, they get
unpaid.
Guaranteed unpaids. I think first, second, and third get paids. So both of these players are coming back next year regardless.
Fun.
At least, sorry, let me reverse that. I believe that is the case. I'm not
Allegedly.
going. I don't know for sure.
Yeah.
I do know that top 8 at least
Gets
get an unpaid
invites.
invite. That is a confirmed thing.
He doesn't play. Looking doesn't play any different stones. He was looking at his stones a lot.
Rio has confirmed first, second, and third places get full sponsored invites back to next year.
More power to
Thanks,
him.
Rio.
That's incredible.
So both of these players will be returning to
More
Worlds.
than any other card company does for their top players.
Full paid invites. Both of these players coming back to Japan next year, which does confirm that there's gonna be a 2024 Worlds. Let's go.
I assume we'll probably be
Yeah,
right
we'll
here.
probably be right
Yeah.
back. Right back in this room. Hey, you know what? It's been great.
Okay, we'll see if we can
Pleasure being here.
Do the thing.
I'm trying to do the thing.
Still on wind, so Darkness Wind Child stayed in. I think that was the correct play.
Yo, yes, 100%.
Yeah.
Being able to answer the
witch was big.
witch was both times.
Yeah. Having one that doesn't cost a card.
Yes. Just like, oh, you paid one and paid them something.
Yeah.
100%.
I just want Worlds to not be in the summer.
We'll see. Maybe that'll be part of. Maybe they'll announce like when Worlds will be next year. It's part of the announcement later. I don't know.
Japan is a wonderful country. It is so hot and humid.
I mean, you're not wrong.
Yeah.
But it has been rather. I will say
it's been stored like
we've been
overcast.
really lucky. We've been really lucky with like it was supposed to rain like this entire week.
and then it was just all overcast all day and it never rained.
Yeah, and then like Sunday night it was just like drenching everything.
The one time I had to dry laundry, it rained.
Yeah, for sure.
Kellogg finished third, apparently.
Nice. So our top 3 is Hong Kong, Singapore, Spain.
So the token Killua.
The most straightforward of the Killua builds, but I liked it.
Worlds Winter Edition. Well, Worlds was traditionally closer to fall.
Worlds was September, October, November.
Yeah.
That's kind of when it's always been before. This was the first time it was like in July.
Yeah. Kalamazoo. Yeah. Worlds Kalamazoo.
Hey, speaking of Kalamazoo Foul Fest, let's go. Kalamazoo, Michigan. We're getting explicit in this game. We should probably pay attention. You see a Callstone. Pass. Alejandro does have coin this time. Looking, giving him the coin. Makes sense. He wants that Eternal online.
Earlier. Yeah.
Yep. But it kind of weirdly, like...
I don't like it. I think giving the Killua the coin is rough.
I honestly think right now, if I'm Alejandro, if I had... I think we're going to pop the Eternal.
Yeah,
like right
definitely.
now.
You're tapped out.
Whoa.
He has it in his hand.
Yeah, double Kilo.
Oh my
like, just
God.
stopping the Eternal from being able to untap.
Maybe he wants to remove ice counter? Oh, but
The hand seems a little baby dead.
I still would hit the Eternal.
We're using the Eternal for something. We have... This is going to be Sacred Burial, probably.
Asuka's tapped, which is a choice.
Column Stone with Asuka. Rebooting the Death Scythe.
Oh,
I don't know. He's not on the board.
Yeah. I wish that card was better.
Yes. See, if we had done this, the Sacred Burial wouldn't have been nearly as good. We would have like tapped out for the Sacred Burial, and then we walk into like Persephone's.
Yeah.
Like if the line there had been like Killua stop it, Persephone put the Sacred Burial back in hand. Like think of the value.
Gross,
You
yeah.
just get to go double
Wow,
Sacred
another
Burial. Just trying to ramp.
Hey, ramp good. I don't know if you know this.
Goodness gracious.
I think now you have to fight this.
Rogue Spectator just a filter to put out a body in response. I mean, don't get me wrong, Loki will have one stone. This is like main phase,
Sure,
right?
sure.
So like, there's still a lot of good stuff.
But
in
would you
Alejandro's
rather
hand
go up
there.
against one stone or no stones?
It's a fair point. I do think that failing to pop not popping the Lucifer.
You couldn't. I mean, you could Fossil Girl at like
Beginning of turn trigger.
beginning of turn
If you
trigger.
have the Kilo of Fossil Girl with
Yeah.
coin, yeah, you absolutely could.
Yeah. I think getting the stone
He
is
says he doesn't
better.
need to. Interesting.
It's not about needing to. It's about sending a message.
Alejandro is going to go into 3 will with Low King only having 1. I mean, falling into the cracks of time probably.
I think
gets
you
kept.
just chip. I think you chip it. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
I would keep that card wholeheartedly.
He's going. I think he's trying to go this turn.
Not this turn. He's not going to push in for lethal. He's only got 3 will.
Passes the turn.
Low King's going to have 5.
Very, very bizarre choices here. Yeah,
Yeah.
5 stones on turn 2 is kind of nutty.
Now our number 13s are live.
Very live.
So our top 3 were going in for contracts.
There's a
Predator.
Persephone in hand.
I think you go for Persephone here.
Yeah.
We're gonna try to light child in response.
Like, cool. Fight over this for a little bit. Coin out of Persephone if it resolves.
Don't even have to coin.
Alright, the light
Stop the
moon
enter
child.
effect. We have Killua in hand.
No, Lorite the Moonchild.
Oh, yeah, I understand.
Yeah.
Lorite stops it.
Targets. Okay. Kills Rogue
2,
Spectator.
3, 4, 5. Can reanimate as whatever he wants. We're definitely gonna see this Ray Asnable come down to stop the enter effect. There's a Ray in hand. It has to be, right? It has to be Ray Asnable. To just force some more interaction and then try to tap out. Because if he gets to recover the Athena, if he gets the Athena here,
I think that's it.
we're in bad shape for sure.
There is an Asnable in hand.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like it
Yeah.
has to be Asnable, right? We have Asnable and Killua. Or do you go for Killua first,
Bait out the
bait out the Moonchild,
yeah.
and then go for the Asnable line, and then you can still fight over the Asnable with your other will?
Yep.
That seems correct.
Floats a green.
Don't go for the Megiddo. We don't have filter for blue. We don't have any blue available. We can't use the Asnable.
Oh yeah, that's why. Okay.
That makes a whole lot of sense. Going for a Megiddo line. Using both of them
to
cancel and cycle.
Cancel and cycle, yeah. Oof. I think that's it.
That's probably the game.
Go off, King.
Yeah, that's... Well, I mean, if he doesn't have a lot in hand, I mean, maybe. Yeah,
the yard's kind of empty.
My thought is that, like, we have access to double Killua, is my thought.
Yeah.
So it's just like... Killua to cycle. Put an ice counter on, draw a card.
Maybe Alejandro's saying, like, I don't think he has it.
Yeah, just play into the out. We'll see.
Because, yes, I think a Megiddo coming down on next turn does kind of invalidate a lot of this turn.
Yeah, but you got to make it through this turn.
Right.
And now we're at 6 stones. One more stone.
No Mamu.
We're going to dig.
We haven't seen the second contract, which we might see it here.
No second contracts. We're in the... If Low King doesn't have second contract here, then it's much... I mean, obviously much better for Alejandro. Because he gets to, you know, breathe.
Yeah.
He also can get to keep... Oh, it is just a full pass.
Wow.
Wow. We got to live through that. That's... kind of nutty.
I would think as...
Oh, I don't know why we're transitioning to this screen. We're coming back.
Okay.
We're getting our overlay. We're back. What? Oof. I mean, it has to be the Megiddo. The problem is there's a nice full grip in Low King Wen's hand.
You think 2 mana is enough to fight it?
It might be. I mean, we dodged Garion and the Ferris spell's already gone, right?
So no Loki's Insight before recovery was a choice.
I think if Low King commits to a Loki's Insight, then you pull trigger on Megiddo.
He was tapped out.
I've been saying
Alejandro. Right. Alejandro was tapped out.
Yeah.
So before recovery.
Yeah, I do think that was like we missed advantage.
Yeah.
Just going for a main timing Megiddo,
which I think you have to.
Yeah, this is... I think Low King using this line of like, I just want End of Night to like just be pressure. I don't necessarily need it to be the like killing you. See, this is like the reverse. Now. I wish we just reversed these. Like we just wait until in response to the Loki's Insight to Megiddo, and then my Megiddo gets to resolve first, and I'm good. Tapping for Divine Lightning. It's gonna eat. What are we doing with it? Burn the Athena? Just to try to eat the Wind Moon Child, though? Hoping that he forgets? This is truly... what happens?
Bold.
Look at all that. Oh, that is not a great hand.
Yeah.
That is not the best hand. I think Alejandro kind of knows, like, yeah, not really much going on here.
What's the middle card?
The Ray Asnimal is pretty good here now that we have access to... That's Flighter.
Flighter.
The Ray Asnimal is pretty good here now that we have access to blue.
Yeah.
We're certainly going to see a lowrite come down here.
Mm-hmm.
And we've still got some breathing room. 22 minutes and 22 seconds left on the round.
It's pretty good.
If Looking has a choice here, if he's got only one lowrite, he can either save it for the ray, or you can save it for the Megiddo enter and burn. Nuking the board is probably pretty good.
And also, Alejandro gets access to more draw.
Oh, no, we're just going to go ahead and do number 13.
Seems good.
2 cards not being threatened too badly. One Spirit
really
Stone,
the biggest
up
problem
to 3
is if
cards.
we rip a contract off the top.
Yeah, if we do hit contract off top, we're in.
I mean, he's picking up
off
the
to the
yards,
races.
so.
Spirit Stone. We can dig 3 cards deep with this Spirit Stone. Just gonna go into combat. Go 4. Go 4.
Go 1?
Go 1. Take it down.
Nah, it's
7.
7. It was about 25. I think he leaves the lowrite up for blocking.
I suppose. We know that there's a fighter coming in at the end of turn, most likely.
No, the Eternal should not be untapped.
Oh yeah, Alejandro's still in. It's just certainly favor-wise. It comes down to can he stick an can he get one of these Asnobles to resolve? If he can get a Ray to resolve, I mean, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
But it's a matter of, will you have time to be able to put the Ray Asnoble down?
Yeah, that is a good point. That Lowe might not have anything. He might be gassed right now trying to dig for something.
Elixirs love just to bring back the
anti-magic.
Anti-magic.
Not bad. Has the real token.
That's not the real token.
No, it's not. It's unfortunate.
That's a different token with Flighter.
Very true that there is an Inferno in hand.
That's a good point. You're not wrong. That's the second Divine Lightning off the top. I think you probably get rid of it. Although you might save it for... We're going to swing in to face
it.
Why face? I'd rather get rid of the... Oh no, he is, I think, going at one of the spectators. Nope, just choose to take face. Gonna go ahead and make a second token. Just in main phase.
Flighter's honestly such a crazy card.
Yeah, I just... Currently threatened on board is 16 damage.
Yep.
That's not true. Yes, 16 damage. There's another Phantasmal. Looking has 1 card in hand, and it's exactly number 13, which is now free. We do still have access to Darkness Moonchild,
And
so we've
3
got some
Spirit
time.
Stones deep.
Yeah, that's the part that is, to me, just like the scariest part. Like, this whole board is certainly manageable. It's just the Spirit Stones that concern me.
Mm-hmm. So I think the reason why he did Flighter main phase is because it's a once per turn activation.
It's certainly not.
It's not?
It is 100% not.
Oh, why did he do that on main then? I was trying to give him the benefit of the doubt.
It is as many times as you want. You like Alejandro's chances here?
Ugh, I mean, everyone likes an underdog story. There's a lot that he has to get over right now.
The hand right now is a Dry Wing, a Lorite, and a number 13. Seven going in. Is the world we're trying to force the Inferno line? Is that the world that we're playing here? That we don't, as long as he doesn't kill us, we're just, I mean, with enough
That's
flighters,
so risky,
with
though.
enough flighters,
Yeah.
I mean, like, I don't hate it. It just seems scary.
It's
Is the word where I would put
risky.
it. Yeah, but sometimes you just play to the out, right?
Yeah.
So he can put 2 more flighters onto the field here, which is 16 threatened damage. So
He can put 3.
we're not gonna energize.
He has 3 untapped stones and
Oh, does he?
filter.
Ooh,
Yeah.
that's okay. That's more. That does. Dry-wing comes down here just to recover the stones, just to be another body. That's fine. We don't care about any of that. Gonna respond to the dry-wing. If this entire world is decided by an Inferno, Rustin is gonna lose his mind.
Yeah.
Rustin is gonna lose his mind. Make 2 more tokens. Or is that 2 will?
I think because he grabbed the red die, I'm gonna say that's 2 red will.
Filter one of the red wills to there, so he still has red blue available. This is in response to the dry wing.
Yep. With the blue. Yep.
Dry wing doesn't tap your opponent's stones down, does it?
It does.
Oh. It's been so long since I've seen that card.
It's been a while since anyone's cast it.
That's a fair point. Alejandro could absolutely get this still. Like, it's certainly not. We just gotta... The hand is number 13 and something.
Yeah.
And if it's not...
And that and something is very concerning.
Yeah, that's the piece of just like, if it's nothing...
Because, like, if you know that there's a counterspell in hand, it's real easy to play around that.
Yeah, 1 counterspell does not...
2 counterspells, whoa. Can't do it.
Yeah.
Which I guess if you just build this incremental pressure with these flighter tokens, it...
Because if it's contract plus number 13, then Alejandro's safe. Because he can Ray Asdable the enter effect, and it gets around number 13.
Is there a world where you Asnable the dry wing?
No. Because of that second card in hand.
Yeah. But then you'd know.
Yeah. No.
Okay.
Because he had enough. Because,
so-
and here's the reason: because he had enough to untap stones. And the other problem is these spirit stones.
Yeah.
That's the biggest concerning part.
Waiting for a roamer. Then it's just like, yeah, dude, you wanna sack those spirit stones and draw for an answer?
Oh, that's not one. That looked like a fire moonchild, or that
Witch.
looked like a witch.
Floated a darkness will for the Inferno that doesn't have quick cast.
You can give it quick cast by using God's Arts.
I guess use black.
Yeah, I don't think you want it.
No.
Garian, we're just hard slamming a Gary.
Sounds good.
Darkness Moonchild is 100%.
So now we
going
darkness
to,
mount you. Yeah, that happens now.
Yeah.
That's a 15/15 swiftness flyer. Yep, here we go.
Using one of the floating.
Going on in.
Lorite. Ray Asnable the
Yep.
Lorite.
Floats it, sacks.
See if he top decks another thing. If it doesn't,
You keep digging? Well, yeah, I mean, this is the decision
Ooh, a
point.
second Lorite.
Oh,
We know. Oh, the problem is we know there's a number 13 in hand, so it has to be exclusively something else. So
Yep.
Alejandro scoops it up. Close. Excellent game there.
congratulations, Low King.
Yeah, congratulations to Low King.
Saying Killua, not the best deck.
I would argue that in both of these situations, it wasn't about being the deck. I think
Yeah.
both of these players played incredibly tight. That was really well played from both players. So congratulations to Low King Wen from Singapore for the win. Super exciting. This whole match was just like...
It was a very good match.
It was so funny. It was like everyone was attacking Falchion, and it became all about the Killua, and Asuka didn't perform, but Low King piloted it so well
Yeah.
that it found its way back around
Exactly.
to Asuka, which is like such a cool... I mean, like... all things aside, that's a cool way for a tournament story to go.
Yeah.
Right? You were like the one Asuka to make it, and it got these really tight plays into Game 3, and you found your way there. Like, it's a cool story for the ending of Worlds. So congratulations to Lil King. It's also his I think his second or third World appearance at all. So congratulations for finally taking the World Championship. It's a disappointment for Alejandro, back-to-back times making it to the finals and just couldn't
Always
close
second,
it out.
always silver.
Always the bridesmaid.
Yeah.
But we'll see him again next year. Both of these players have
Of
paid
course.
invites as well.
Very-
It's Kalok
looking
taking
forward to it.
third place. So that is it for us. Again, stick around, please, until the final kind of announcement thing that's going to happen in a little bit after the award ceremony. The award ceremony might be streamed, but I'm not sure. This has been a great time.
We're done commentating.
Lance Maverick, it's been a pleasure. Absolutely.
Yeah,
It's been a pleasure
absolutely.
being with you all.
I can't wait to be back here next year.
Yeah, for sure. Can't wait for it. So this has been Diabo73 and Lance Maverick. We'll see y'all next year. Till bye.
Bye.
Maybe. Rio.
Maybe.
Maybe he's gonna have us. He's gonna have us talk for a bit. Man, we tried. Man. There we go.
Hello, everyone. Attention, please. Do you have a good time? Sounds good. Okay, as you know, today is the last day of the game. Once again, thank you very much for participating WGP 2023. We are very grateful to all of you. So, I know you guys are excited to know the result, right? Right? Okay, finally, I'm going to announce the final result. World Grand-Prix, the third place is Hokalo from Hong Kong. Please come to the stage, Hokalo. Yeah. Congratulations. And next, second place is Alejandro Velasco from Spain. Congratulations. Okay. All right. WGP 2023. The winner is Lord Twin Wem from Singapore. Congratulations. So we are going to take pictures, so please come to, sorry, again. All of you. Yeah. On the stage, please. Okay, everyone. Thank you again for your cooperation, and let's praise each other. Thank you so much. We really appreciate it. And so now this is an announcement from FOW official site. So please look at the front screen.
Okay. Hi everyone. This is Real, the host of YouTube channel of Force of Will. Yay. Everyone, how was the WGP? Good? Yeah? Nice. So I have a lot to announce today. So let's get started. First of all, as you guys already know, Hero Cluster 5th Booster Pack, Clash of the Star Trees, is going to be released soon. So, we're going to start card previewing from today. Yay! As a first day, I have 10 cards to preview. I'm not going to introduce all of the text, but please take a picture or screenshot for later. Okay, first one is Dominatus Star Gladius. Did I pronounce it correctly? Am I? Okay. Did you take a picture? Okay. Next one is Tina Burgess Stella. You got it? Okay. Next one. Okay, Protuberance Star Whip. You got it? Okay, next. Brownheart Blazing Schutelon. Am I pronouncing correctly? Rulers from Germany. Am I? Okay. Next one. Prix du Petal. How about that, French guys? Okay. Next one. Niklaus Enchanting Etoile. Okay. Next one is Tigre Prediato, Star Tiger Fur. He's cute. Okay. The next one is Maya, Wild Estrella. Actually, producer Kawamoto likes her a lot. And next one is Life Zapper, Star Statue. And the last one, I think, Stain Deathly Star. Okay, you guys take the picture. Cool. Okay, so here's the rulers and contract regalia from the next set. Did you find any card interesting? You have? Cool. So in this new set, we will include Memoria Collection Pack 02 in each box. Yeah. So each pack has 7 cards in it, and 6 of them is fixed, the upper cards in this slide, and the other one will be one of the lower cards in this slide. Hey. And do you remember the Grand War event? There's a Grand War prize. Okay, so let's get to the next slide. So the Hero Cluster 5th Booster Pack, Clash of the Star Trees, will be on sale 25th August of this year. Yeah. It's an old info, but yeah. But you know what? It's a future product time. That's good, yeah. So can you guys guess what's coming next? Hmm? Oh. It's a Hero Cluster 6 booster. Yeah, but actually, the judgment of the. Oh my God. Oop. Oh. So the next booster's name is Judgment of the Rogue Planet. So, thank you. And I have some sneak peek for some. I got some illust. So, first one, this is called Arc. Aurora, yeah. And it kind of reminds me that, 2001 Space Odyssey. And next one is also Aurora. It's called Solaria. Sounds like it is a very important one for Solaris Order. And lastly, yay. So, it's a horizontal artwork. I wonder what card this artwork is going to be. And 6th booster will contain Heroes Contract Pack 02. And these cards will be included. It is random, right? Random. Yeah, he's thinking about it. Okay. So, and I also have heard that it will have some alt artwork cards in it. So, yeah, I wonder what's coming. Okay, so the Hero Cluster 6 Booster Pack, Judgment of the Rogue Planet, will be on sale in November 2023. Okay. So, and after the releasing of 6 booster pack, we will be launching extra pack, Masterpiece 01. The title is Pilgrim Memories. So this set will include rulers releasing back in Grim Cluster. These are really difficult to get these days, right? So, you don't use that old rulers, right? But don't worry, we've got you covered. So there will be new support cards for old rulers in this set. And also, we've got your old artwork cards. Can you guess which is which? Okay, so that was the overview of Pilgrim Memories. And Pilgrim Memories will be available in New Year of 2024. Oh, there was a lot of infos, right? And I have one more thing. Actually, Kawamoto-san, you're wondering why he's in here like all the time. It's for this time. So please tell us what you've got hiding.
Yes.
New cluster is coming in early 2024.
Okay, you can leave. Yeah, you can leave. Yeah. Yay! So, new cluster. We will announce the further information in, Fossilville YouTube channel. So, don't forget to subscribe. I got QR code for it. Subscribe. You better subscribe, right? Oh, all of you subscribe, right? Okay, nice. So that's it for today. Thanks for watching, guys. Okay, so I had one more thing. Please, Shishido, Eiji Shishido, and producer Kawamoto, and the president of iSpy, Murata-san, please come to the stage. So these guys are my bosses, and okay, and they got remarks, closing remarks for this WGP. Okay, first, can you do that? Okay. There you go.
All right. WGP 2023 is almost done. Did you enjoy that a lot? Woo, yay! I appreciate you coming from all over the world. It was since 2018. 18 ですね. 5 years. So I was so happy to see you guys, and I found him, lots of the nostalgic files. So we had a really good memory. So as a publisher, also we're going to continue keep publishing good game. So please support us. We appreciate your support, and I know you guys are very good men. Nice play. So if you play very well, be nice. So your friend at your own local community going to feel the same feeling. Then our circle is going to wider and wider and wider. So let's make it happen. We are connecting the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you for participate in World Grand-Prix 2023. Fossilville will continue to development and support our products for your satisfaction. See you again next year.
Okay.
Hi. Did you enjoy this WGP? Yeah. Okay. Happy times pass in an instance. However, the happy memories will remain forever. It was only 2 days event, but I was happy to have best time with you guys. how do you like it? Did you have a good time with your friend and other players? First and foremost, making sure you have a good time is the number one priority we have to offer you. I would be happy if I could provide it to you. I would also like to express my deepest gratitude everyone who helped make this WGP possible. Thank you. Yeah. Include clothing. I wish you good health, my health, and wonderful life ahead. Okay. We will surely see you again next year too. Okay. Last, please return home safety with precious memories. Thank you so much. ありがとう。
Okay, so for the Real World Grand Prix 2023 is now officially over. Thanks for participating. The last match was really intense. Yeah, good job, you guys. Okay. See you in the next WGP next year. Bye-bye.